guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. 24 people are now confirmed dead and 16 still missing in the wildfires in California. The natural disaster, one of the worst in U.S. history, has destroyed thousands of homes and forced over 100,000 people to evacuate. But fierce winds are expected to pick up around Los Angeles again this week as rescue teams are racing to control 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. Tony Waterman has more.
Officials on Sunday asked for Palisades residents to be patient, saying conditions inside the neighborhood remain dangerous. Active fires still burn. Structures are unstable. There's no power or water, and gas pipes are broken.
The people I've been speaking with say they will come back here day after day, earlier and earlier if they need to be able to get in to see what is left of their homes. And as they are waiting here, they're going to be waiting under the plume of the Palisades fire, the very blaze that destroyed their homes.
An unrelenting aerial assault has helped the thousands of firefighters on the ground make progress in containing the blazes. But a return of powerful winds on Sunday into the rest of the week could ground those aircraft and fuel the raging inferno, threatening to unravel firefighting efforts and to spread the blaze into new areas. Mexico and Canada have sent firefighters to help battle the blazes. Hundreds of California prison inmates are also working the front lines.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian soldiers being held in Russia. Ukraine says the men were captured earlier this month. Rebecca Bunton has more from Tokyo.
Zelensky's office has said that Russia is trying to hide the fact that soldiers from North Korea are fighting in the war by giving them false documents. Ukraine's president has said he is willing to hand over 2 captured soldiers from North Korea who are in Kyiv and injured in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Zelensky last week said that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. Rebecca Bunton, Tokyo.
Japan, the Philippines and the US have vowed to further strengthen their ties under a trilateral agreement. Manila says it comes amid growing tensions with Beijing in regional waters. Laura Westbrook has more.
In the phone call between US President Joe Biden, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, the three leaders agreed to enhance and deepen economic, maritime and technology cooperation. Marcos's office said Biden also raised the issue of the South China Sea and commended the Philippine leader for his response to what Marcos says is China's aggressive activities there. The call followed a first-of-its-kind summit meeting between the three leaders last April in Washington. And this is the last such call with President Biden, who reportedly said that he was optimistic that his successor Donald Trump would see the value of continuing the partnership. Donald Trump will assume the office of president next Monday. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
The bagpipe industry is hitting back at a new survey that suggests time may be up for the historic Scottish instrument. New figures show that in 2024, bagpipes were among the bottom 5 instruments purchased. With sales so low, they should now be considered critically endangered.
It's just not true. It's been badly researched and it's misinformed.
Finlay MacDonald is the director of the National Piping Centre in Glasgow.
Piping is more popular now than it's ever been. The stats on the particular story we're talking about were taken from an online website which don't sell bagpipes. I've spoken to 3 of the biggest bagpipe producers in Scotland, and they've sold more pipes this year than they have in any other year. Likewise, we have at the National Piping Centre. There are huge piping scenes in Canada, in America, New Zealand, Australia.
The main news again. The death toll from the California fires climbs to 24. Fierce winds expected to pick up again as rescue teams race to contain 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. North Korean troop fatalities and injuries exceed 3,000 in Ukraine, Seoul claims, even as Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian troops held in Russia. The world's largest religious gathering this year kicks off in India with millions taking a cleansing dip in the Ganges. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
On the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Well, believe it or not, that is the way we close out the weekend. Just like that. The Did that go by fast or what? No joke. A regular old weekend as we roll into a brand new day as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We will do the same from time zone to time zone. 13th day of January coming on. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secrets Studios, where we've actually ticked a couple degrees above the freezing mark. A little bit of melting going on. I'm showing 34 outside the secret bunker at this hour. We were actually at 36 about an hour ago. Most of the icicles falling off the house. What was 12 plus inches of snow on the ground is now compressed down to a couple of inches. But don't get too anxious for warmer weather. Looks like, according to forecasts, some of the coldest air of the season. Yes, with all the cold we've had, this next shot maybe even colder. Another Arctic air mass going to be sweeping in as we make our way into the new week here. But I'll enjoy the 34 while we have it. All right, well, look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Not a whole lot of precip to talk about tonight. We do have an Alberta clipper. A little bit of snow falling in some of the lake effect areas upstate New York and westernmost New York. And they've got lake effect snow watches, or that's warnings, actually, in place. As behind the Alberta clipper comes that next shot of Arctic air. Also have some issues there for the UP of Michigan. Aside from that, it's kind of a rainy night along the Gulf Coast tonight. Southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, the western portions of the Florida Panhandle. The rain, well, that's quite a change from the snow they saw as we closed out the work week and rolled into the weekend. What a mess we saw from Texas to the Carolinas. Last week was one of the snowiest in years across the southern U.S., accumulating snow, sleet, freezing rain across more than a dozen states. As of Sunday morning, nearly 53% of the U.S. actually had snow on the ground in the wake of that latest round of wintry weather. Actually, more snow on the ground in northern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia than some areas further north like Iowa and Wisconsin. But the snow snarled traffic and air travel as we kicked off the weekend. People stormed the grocery stores ahead of that wintry weather, stocking up on food and other essentials. Stores in Atlanta selling out of bread, milk, water, meat, soup. School districts, of course, shuttered at the end of the week due to the risk of dangerous travel. First flakes began to fall in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas late Thursday, of course. Snow quickly accumulated on highways. Scores of accidents. Travel actually coming to a standstill at airports across the region, including Dallas-Fort Worth International. More than 1,500 flights canceled Thursday, another 540 cancellations on Friday. Now, when all was said and done, not as much accumulation in Dallas as some of the initial forecasts, 2.2 inches officially, but that did make it the biggest snowfall in the city since February of 2014. It was a bit more snow to the north, 3.5 in Oklahoma City, setting a new snowfall record for the day. Also the snowiest calendar day in the city since February of 22. The heaviest snow piled up from eastern Texas into western Tennessee, over 6 inches by midday Friday, including Little Rock, Arkansas, and Memphis, Tennessee. Highest amount was 14.3 inches at Mena, located in west central Arkansas. By Friday morning, snow shovels were out across Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, parts of the Carolinas. Roads were completely covered Friday morning. AccuWeather was on the ground reporting from Atlanta. A lot of schools and businesses had shut down. Atlanta officially 2.1 inches, the biggest snow in the city since January of 2018. Interstate 85 was shut down northeast of the city Friday as motorists struggled in those wintry conditions. Another 1,500 cancellations at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Adding to the wintry travel headaches, there was a scary few moments. A Delta jet had to abort takeoff from the airport Friday morning due to an engine issue. 4 were injured. More than 200 passengers had to exit the plane down the emergency slides and walk across the snowy tarmac. A blanket of snow covering North Carolina just 3 months after reeling in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, where some residents are living in those damaged homes. In Asheville, North Carolina, 1.8 inches, the biggest snow they've seen since January of 22, when they picked up just over 10 inches. Higher snow totals reported in the nearby mountains, many areas 4 to 8 inches. A few of the higher elevations measured nearly a foot of snow. Warming shelters were opened in eastern Tennessee where folks who needed somewhere to stay warm. Snow fell over Asheville and other towns in North Carolina that still have damage from Helene. And they do say that snow is going to probably stick around here into the new week, as you've still got cold air entrenched across the southern U.S. Temperatures there running as much as 20 degrees below average here for mid-January. All right, we'll break down our next wave of Arctic air. The lake effect snow machine will be firing up once again, burying parts of the Great Lakes and the interior Northeast through at least midweek. Burying some towns in feet of fresh snow. The initial storm ushering in this latest blast of Arctic air and gusty winds continues to push eastward as we start the new week. Ongoing snow accumulation around the Great Lakes will persist through the day Monday before a true round of lake effect induced snow kicks off on Monday evening. You've got a storm sweeping through the Great Lakes region, bringing a round of snow that will kick off another round of lake effect snow downwind of the lakes in the upcoming days. Once again, the potential for feet of snow downwind of Lakes Huron, Erie, Ontario between Monday and Wednesday night. Some of the highest totals through midweek, which could exceed a foot, expected across the Keweenaw Peninsula, the Porcupine Mountains between Munson, Michigan, and Whitefish Point, Michigan, along the shores of Lake Superior there. In some of the intense snow showers and squalls, visibility could be drastically reduced. In the steadiest and most persistent bands, snow may be coming down 1 to 3 inches per hour. So it's going to be tough for the road crews to keep up. The combination of the ongoing storm and the lake effect snow to follow across Michigan's Upper Peninsula could lead to some travel delays for motorists, but the snow will be very much welcomed by the snowmobilers and other outdoor enthusiasts this time of year. The cold. How cold is it going to get? Overnight temperatures in the teens and single digit will again be commonplace across parts of the Midwest, Ohio Valley, and the interior Northeast. Meanwhile, those across the Dakotas into Wisconsin, portions of Iowa, sub-zero temperatures, even plummeting more than 20 degrees below zero in places like Fargo, North Dakota. That's not wind chill. Wind gusts early this week, 20 to 30 miles per hour, may not be incredibly impactful by themselves, but in conjunction with the brisk temperatures, wind chills, we're talking 30 below zero. Forecasters also highlight the risk of a band of snow extending into the I-95 corridor by Tuesday. If this does occur, it could potentially reduce visibility for a time, creating slick highways there. AccuWeather even added that although the Great Lakes have observed a notable drop in temperatures, courtesy of an extended stretch of cold weather. Temperatures are still, believe it or not, 1 to 3 degrees above average across the Great Lakes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Meanwhile, the wildfires continue to rage out west. And the forecast is not a good one to start the new week. We could be talking, in some instances, almost a deja vu scenario. Following the devastating fires, Los Angeles and Ventura counties. The death toll continues to climb. 24 is the latest confirmation out of California. A trough developed offshore from Southern California, paired with high pressure centered over the west. This creates another setup for dry offshore winds from now to Wednesday. The magnitude and the timing of the most intense wind gust this week depends on the location of the storm off the Pacific coast. Forecasters warn this upcoming round of strong winds from Monday to early Wednesday could rival the initial event that allowed the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires to rapidly spread. They're talking gusts 60 to 80 miles per hour across the cities of Ventura and Santa Clarita. Even winds of this magnitude can make firefighting efforts extremely challenging and cause ongoing blazes to obviously spread rapidly. Wind totals could reach 100 miles per hour once again. Most likely in the higher terrain in the mountains surrounding the Los Angeles basin. Winds are expected to be gusty from the northeast to east direction during the early week. The humidity levels will remain very low. Relative humidity levels are expected to generally remain below 20 to 30% early this week. So that dry setting paired with the return of blustery conditions means the continuation of extreme fire danger. The dry landscape is in dire need of moisture, the parched vegetation providing a ready supply of fuels. Dating back to April of last year, Los Angeles has not yet crested the 1-inch mark for rainfall. Typically, they should be between 5 and 6 inches. Unfortunately, locations across the Southwest and portions of even the South Central states are projected to remain below historical average for the rest of January. Now, as we continue to monitor the intensity of the upcoming wind threat returning to Southern California early this week, forecasters are also watching for a chance for winds to surge once again later in the period. One main difference for the midweek pattern could be slightly higher moisture levels. The wind could subside a bit late Tuesday into Wednesday across Southern California. However, the wind could change direction and increase again come midweek. This time, the winds would be onshore. Now, that should increase humidity levels some, but obviously wind direction changes impact the direction of fire movement. We are now well over 12,000 structures that have burned in Southern California. Just a total devastation. What day is it? What day is it?
Back to the greatest day of the week.
Oh, boy. Just like that.
Just like that. Good morning.
What's happening? How's your weekend?
So, it's still a frozen tundra on the 75 corridor of Florida. It's 50 degrees still.
Wow.
I think this is our first full moon of the year, isn't it? Ain't it full moon tonight, or was it? I believe it is. It looks pretty full to me.
I'm not. I'll have to check the calendar.
It looks pretty full to me. From what I can see, it's pretty cloudy here.
Mm-hmm.
You just knocked out. You just answered one of my questions. I was wondering if you heard what the death count and the structure count was up to on those fires. I saw the Hollywood sign was in the background, but then I did some looking up, and I don't think it's been burned yet.
The Hollywood sign, to best of my knowledge, the sign is still there.
That's what I came up with.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot tonight. I almost didn't call. If it hadn't been the greatest day of the week, I probably wouldn't have.
Really? Nothing going on, huh?
There ain't nothing going on. Didn't do much over the weekend. Just sat around the house and had some car repairs done. Had to put rear shocks on my car. Man, car repairs have gone up lately. Have you had anything done?
I know they're through the roof. Yes, it's the service tech hourly rate, and like $100 an hour in some cases.
Oh no, that's cheap. That's cheap now. I had the engine fan went out, for the radiator. It went out. It costed $700 to get that replaced.
Wow.
It's only like 4 bolts, and it's right there, easy to get to. But yeah, $700. Seems like every time I take the car in to get fixed, it's $500-600. Have you bought a quart of oil lately?
I have not.
I went, about a week ago and bought a quart of oil for my car, and it was $13.
For 1 quart?
For 1 quart. It was the
synthetic, probably, yeah.
The synthetic oil. But still, $13 for a quart. That's why it costs $100 to get your oil changed. I'm running the synthetic because it's 35 miles each way to work, so it only makes sense for me to run synthetic, to get a little bit further on the oil changes.
Sure.
Some people say you still should do it at 3,000, but I do mine at 5. But anyway, that's about all I got for the night. Appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening on the app.
Well, continued thank you for reminding us it's Monday. Greatest day of the week. Yes, right. All right. For whatever reason, our prognosticator of prognosticators couldn't get through on our Friday morning program. I see he is on the line and did not have to go the anonymous route. Maybe there was some connection problems because they had the weather, some icings and all that there in Oklahoma late last week. I'm not sure, but we'll get to that. And, of course, hey, Mike. Yeah, we don't care what Cap and Ron thinks. Is it really the greatest day of the week? We're about a minute from news break, so we'll take care of that first. But Cap and Ron was asking about some of the latest on the wildfires. We've got all the latest statistics. Of course, firefighters continue to battle. There are 3 major fires still burning. Red flag warnings up in place again, which have now been extended through Wednesday night, as well as a fire watch warning. The biggest, the Palisades fire, has now consumed 23,707 acres, hundreds of homes, businesses, and landmarks. As of 7 o'clock Sunday, that blaze just 11% contained. Very slow progress. Again, we've got more of the numbers, and the death toll now at 24, with the latest update and expected to go higher.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. At least 16 people are dead and many others are missing as fires continue to tear through California. The state's governor said on Sunday the fires are likely to be the worst natural disaster in U.S. history in terms of the costs associated with them. Red flag warnings, which mark critical fire weather conditions, have been issued through Wednesday for portions of Los Angeles. Newsom says he will be deploying another 1,000 members of California's National Guard. That brings a total to 2,500. Other nations have committed to sending their own fighters to help battle the blazes, including Canada and Ukraine. Around 105,000 people remain under mandatory evacuation orders, and more than 8 million people are in a fire risk zone. Dozens of people are facing a variety of charges related to the fires. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says they've encountered several people taking advantage of the chaos to burglarize homes. Officials are warning residents not to begin returning home until it's safe to do so. Here's Kristen Crowley, the chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures. The first responders are working as quickly as possible to ensure that it is safe for you to return into your communities. Canine search teams have been deployed to assist with our recovery efforts.
Meanwhile, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump slammed the response on Sunday, calling California officials, quote, incompetent. Donald Trump took to social media, writing that the incompetent politicians have no idea how to put them out. He called on the governor to resign. Newsom, however, had reached out to Donald Trump on Friday, inviting him to come and see the damage firsthand and meet first responders. Newsom told media on Sunday he hadn't yet received a response. He's also condemned misinformation being spread by the president-elect. That included allegations he'd refused to sign necessary water declarations and he'd redirected water to save fish rather than Californian residents. And Ukraine's president says he will hand over captured soldiers from North Korea in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Ukraine said on Saturday it had captured 2 prisoners of war who were injured. Volodymyr Zelensky said they were captured on January 9th, and this was not an easy task. Zelensky said they were being treated with medical care. And an explosion in Yemen has killed 50. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, and to answer Captain Ron's question, it is a full moon. First full moon of the new year, known as the Wolf Moon. Technically 5:27 p.m. Monday afternoon, but it's a full moon tonight. It'll be looking like a full moon tomorrow night. Well, Happy New Year, right? Meanwhile, Philly Dan is on board. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Crazy seeing all the tractor trailers that got blown over in California. And there's going to be more of that if they do have those gusts up to 80 miles per hour, 100 miles over the higher elevations. Look out in those high-profile vehicles. Marianne in the house. Hello, Steve. The Overnight family trying to get a cold or a sore throat. It's that time of year, right? The bugs going around. Hope you feel better soon. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour is the greatest day of the week. Yeah, right? That means Steve is somewhere deep beneath the earth crust in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. We are throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. All right, coming to you live. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Get ready for those frequency waves to enter your frontal lobe. All right, be safe out there. Double Trucker, good morning. 35 degrees, breezy here in Lodi. Looking forward to all the latest. Friday, I'm going to take a nap. While I wait for my trailers to arrive, I'll check in later on the home of free speech, which, of course, would be Rumble. Somehow or another, he's with us. Good morning, Big Ed.
Good morning, Ned. I tried about 28 times. I sent you a copy of
Friday morning, yeah.
Then we talked, and then you had sent me that message later on that Friday morning.
Right.
About how to bypass the caller ID. And then, so I tried it again at that point, and it went to busy signal. So I thought, we've got it fixed. because, you know, if you try to call the number when you're off the air, then it'll go to a busy signal.
Right.
So I didn't know if you knew that or not. Assuming you turned the phone lines off.
That is correct. Yep.
So I thought, well, it fixed it. It had to be from my end because, you know, we was getting all that snow. And, atmosphere is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
I could not get through. But now I thought, well, Steve must have blocked me. Anyway.
I did not blacklist the prognosticator of prognosticators.
Well, I know you had done that to Knuckle Dragger that time.
Accidentally.
Buster,
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was wanting to comment on his baloney that he tried to tell you there that night about Will Howard trying to get into your psyche that Ohio State wasn't going to win because Will Howard had never beat Texas. And what he was referring to is when Will Howard was playing at Kansas State. And he was right in what he was saying. But what he wasn't thinking, Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator, when he was the defensive coordinator at Oklahoma State, Texas never beat Oklahoma State. So Jim Knowles has their number. So he knew what he was doing when it comes to the defending against this air raid attack of Texas. And then let's not forget their offensive coordinator. And was that Chip Kelly, I believe his name is. And then Ron Day. I mean, they put together the perfect team, Steve. They got the perfect coaches, the perfect team. It's just like Notre Dame. They've got a good setup. If you look, you know, a lot of these teams have these superstar players, rightfully so, and these superstar players have an impact on their respective teams, but they don't make the whole team. So a lot of people, you know, when they're sitting there putting emotions into who they're thinking is going to win, they'll look at all these headliners, so to speak, like, oh, well, you know, this guy, he's going to beat them. No, it takes that whole team. And if you watched any of the Notre Dame Penn State game, or even the Ohio State-Texas game. But what really was glaring was the Notre Dame-Penn State game. Notre Dame went in that game beat up. And they're still beat up. But their second and third team players stepped up when it was time to step up and did their job. That's team cohesiveness. It's just like, I believe his name is Love, that running back. I mean, man, he got banged up knee, and there a lot of times you'll see him running, he'll hurdle the defender like he's jumping a high hurdle. And boy, he's playing with that banged up knee, and man, what does he do? He hurdles one of the guys that was trying to tackle him, and got 5 more yards out of the deal. And that's impressive football. That they're giving it all out there. And the same thing with Ohio State. I got a really good kick. I even took a nap for a quarter in the third quarter of the Ohio State-Texas game because I just knew that Ohio State was going to pull it out in the end.
Really? Well, now, was it just it just me, or it's because I did get to see that game, and it did not seem like the Ohio State team that was on the field was the same one that faced Oregon the week before.
No, it was the same team. You just got to give Texas credit because they were playing a good, hard-fought game.
Okay.
So you got to give Texas credit. That game could have went in Texas' favor. But I just had the confidence that when it got right down to nitty-gritty, those Ohio State players were going to step up to the task. And they did. And I felt like the refereeing, on the field, I don't think on either game, the Texas, Ohio State, or Notre Dame, Penn State, had an adverse effect. I felt like all the calls were being equal across the board. But no, that's the same Ohio State team. They went up against a buzzsaw in Texas.
Okay.
Now, with that being said, so I won 2 of those games. That was Ohio State and Notre Dame, but unfortunately, I picked Montana State over North Dakota State, and I lost that one. So I was at 67-28. Now I'm sitting at 69-29. And so now we're down to the big one of them all, and that's Notre Dame and Ohio State. Now, I told you before any snap happened that Ohio State was going to take it all. Now, there was a couple of times there I got nervous. But I told you before the football season started, because I studied those guys, watched who they brought in on the transfer portal and their coaching, and I just knew, man, they're putting together a solid team. You go back with Michigan last year, that won a national championship, and I'm sure Captain Ron will agree, there was no superstar on that team. They was just all good, cohesive, coached players out there on the field. Everybody knew their job, and when it come time to perform, if the second team got brought in or, on the depth chart, then they would step up and do their job. And so when you're looking at these teams, you got to look at the overall team and not just the, I quote, superstars. It's just like Colorado, they was loaded with so many different superstars, but and Coach Prime was good about coaching them young men. He's a good coach, but unfortunately, he never could bring the rest of them in and get them all operating as one cohesive unit. So, and that's the thing that bothering me about this national championship game, which I am taking Ohio State.
Right.
Put that down right now because I'm sitting at 69-29.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that bothers me is if the media turns this into a woke game because of what, it's Martin Luther King Day when they play
right
for the national championship.
Yeah.
I mean, they even already tried to bring it out, and that Coach Freeman is a class act. He brushed them off. He knew what they was going to do, and he's probably going to have to field a lot of questions about it. It being Martin Luther King Day don't have a damn thing to do with how good that coach is. Oh, he's the first black coach coaching a national championship team or in the national championship game. Who cares? That's just beside the point. You're taking away when you do that, and it's what Coach Saban used to say. If those players start listening to the rat poison, then it can have a negative effect on Notre Dame. So you're taking away from them when you start preaching all this gospel about Martin Luther King, because he ain't got a damn thing to do with Coach Freeman and his ability to coach players. My hat's off to him. It's the same thing with Coach Franklin with Penn State. They ain't got a damn thing to do with him being a black coach.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why there ain't more black coaches in college football. Hey, that ain't for me to decide. There are good qualified black coaches out there, that's for sure. But it shouldn't have a damn thing to do with because they're black. Oklahoma, before Bob Stoops come along, we had a black head coach. Bob Stoops took his players that he recruited and won a national championship with them. It might be the fact that, like Coach Prime, he's a good coach. Ain't got a damn thing to do with he's black. He knows how to identify these young people, but he might not be able to bring them all together as one cohesive unit. And I get so sick of hearing oh, well, he's the first black this, he's the first black that. Get out of here. You're insulting the hell out of my integrity when you do that. But my hat's off to Coach Freeman. He's just an all-around good coach. He identifies with his young people, and he knows how to get the best out of them. Just the same thing with Coach Day at Ohio State. So that's the one thing I hope they don't do, which they're going to probably, is just try to turn that into it's all about Coach Freeman
and
then Martin Luther King Day. That's going to take away from it. So,
well, I've got some neighbors. I've got some neighbors that are big-time Notre Dame fans. So they were thrilled that they've made it to the championship game. But we went over to their house and watched the Ohio State-Texas game. And they really did not want Notre Dame to have to face Ohio State. They felt more inclined that they'd had a better chance against Texas.
No, I really honestly think that they would have had a good chance against Texas. But I think the playing field's going to be equal with Ohio State and Notre Dame. Notre Dame's got a chance. They can beat Ohio State. It's not going to be a lay-down easy game, guarantee you. So they're selling themselves. And I've seen some of that on social media. The people were worried, well, Notre Dame, we ain't going to be able to stack up against them. That's where they're wrong. Because when you look at their team structure overall, they pair up pretty darn evenly. That's one good thing about this NIL thing, Steve. It's bringing more parity to these various teams and these various conferences. Now you just don't have a Southeast Conference controlling the whole ball of wax like they've done for the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all because of NIL. Now, the thing they've got to do, in my opinion, is get a better grip on NIL. Now, Carson Beck with Georgia, he got it hurt. Then he said he was going to go into the NFL draft. Then he's changed his mind, and now he's in the transfer portal to go to Miami. Now, I know that Carson Beck had transferred to Georgia from another team. Well, he did, in my opinion, Carson Beck did his job at Georgia, all right? And so now he got one more year, and his backup is a solid backup. So I can understand him saying, okay, I'm going to try to go to Miami and finish out my career, just like Will Howard did coming from Kansas State to Ohio State. You knew that's where he come from, correct?
I did not.
So yes, he did. And Will Howard was a good quarterback at Kansas State. He just never was surrounded by enough of talent that he could lead them into a college football playoff or conference like TCU did that one year. And then everybody after Michigan beat the dog snot out of them, everybody said they didn't belong. Well, I disagree with that 100%, but that's a different argument. So Carson Beck, now to me, that's a good NIL move, and I'm sure they're going to compensate him well for it because he's a proven talent. But it's just, I'm talking about these younger players. They've got to, and I think it was Brain Dead sent me something about they're possibly wanting to unionize the NIL. I think that's the dumbest, biggest mistake they could ever do. What they need is a committee with a good leader that understands what's going on, because these colleges are making bukus bucks off these players. especially when it comes to football. Not all colleges, I believe like out there in California, I can't even think of their names. They're more basketball related. Well, like UConn, okay, University of Connecticut. They're drawing in their revenue from basketball versus football. Well, what people's got to remember, some of these colleges take this money that they get from these football, from their football programs, and they try to disperse it amongst, their various sports programs. But yet they're making enough, and it's because of these players that they're drawing in that revenue. And I can understand the players wanting a little more piece of the pie, but not to the point they're controlling the whole damn thing. And if they go to union, well, then they've got to pay union dues. And I'm kind of curious, how about their tax structure? Or I'm assuming they've got to pay taxes on that money, because I don't know of any free money the government allows us to get yet, unless I'm missing something there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'd like to know. How's this, like they were saying, I want to say it was Carson Beck, but I might be wrong, was going to get like $4.5 million if he goes to Miami in NIL funds. Now, I don't know if they're giving it, well, it don't matter if they're giving him a car, a studio apartment, or what. The government's going to tax that. That's not free money. That's not free gifts. They're going to get taxed for it. So, they're walking a minefield. So, but they need some kind of representative that can set up a good set of ground rules, and where these young people can make a little bit of money. And everybody's, well, they're getting a free scholarship. Yeah, they are. But at the same time, some of them give their all out there and get hurt. And it ruins their aspirations to play professional football. And then they got to come out in the real world where, they had dreams going out there and making millions of dollars. That's what everybody says about pro football players. Well, they get paid millions of dollars. Well, you take a guy that's getting paid $1 million a year, boy, I guarantee he's getting beat up by taxes, and plus they got to pay their agents. So out of that $1 million a year that he might be getting, he might be just walking home with $200,000 for the year. That's how damn fast that money's gonna get eat up, unless he's investing it. And it just takes him into a whole different world. And that's why a lot of them go broke, because they don't understand how to invest their money and offset the taxes that's going to eat up a big chunk of their change. Are you with me on all that?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just like the millions that you're being paid, Steve.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Right quick. I got enough time, or you need to
go ahead? You got a couple minutes, quick.
Captain Ron, my deal on cars, I take my vehicle to the dealership. I don't care what I'm doing, whether I'm getting my tires rotated, oil change, but I always get my tires rotated when I do my oil change, and I get my oil change every 5,000 miles. I just took my pickup in. Got it done at the dealership. They just cost me $120. I got an oil change, all the fluids checked, got my tires rotated, and plus it had a recall on it that I wasn't aware of that they caught. Something to do with the temperature sensor on the pickup. So they fixed that. But for $120, I felt good about it. But here's where I find the value of going back to your dealership. Is they're the only ones that's got a record of my vehicle, my mechanical record. And so when it comes time to trade in, I'm going to come more close to getting a better trade-in value of my vehicle, because they're the ones that worked on it. So there's a plus by going to your dealership. Yeah, you might think, well, I'm going to save $50 or $60 or $100. Well, when you come time to trade in, you've got a damn maintenance, unless you're keeping malicious maintenance records. And I've always done that on my vehicles, which a lot of people don't do that because you never know when something's going to go wrong. And it turns into a litigation situation. Well, I've got all my maintenance records at where I bought this vehicle. This is all the work that was done. And if I have to go after let's say like Chrysler, then hey, we've got all the records right here, man.
Yeah, the proof is right there. Okay, well, hey, we got to pause. We got to pause as we hit the top of the hour news break. We close out hour number 1. But we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. 24 people are now confirmed dead and 16 still missing in the wildfires in California. The natural disaster, one of the worst in U.S. history, has destroyed thousands of homes and forced over 100,000 people to evacuate. But fierce winds are expected to pick up around Los Angeles again this week as rescue teams are racing to control 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. Tony Waterman has more.
Officials on Sunday asked for Palisades residents to be patient, saying conditions inside the neighborhood remain dangerous. Active fires still burn. Structures are unstable. There's no power or water, and gas pipes are broken.
The people I've been speaking with say they will come back here day after day, earlier and earlier if they need to be able to get in to see what is left of their homes. And as they are waiting here, they're going to be waiting under the plume of the Palisades fire, the very blaze that destroyed their homes.
An unrelenting aerial assault has helped the thousands of firefighters on the ground make progress in containing the blazes. But a return of powerful winds on Sunday into the rest of the week could ground those aircraft and fuel the raging inferno, threatening to unravel firefighting efforts and to spread the blaze into new areas. Mexico and Canada have sent firefighters to help battle the blazes. Hundreds of California prison inmates are also working the front lines.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian soldiers being held in Russia. Ukraine says the men were captured earlier this month. Rebecca Bunton has more from Tokyo.
Zelensky's office has said that Russia is trying to hide the fact that soldiers from North Korea are fighting in the war by giving them false documents. Ukraine's president has said he is willing to hand over 2 captured soldiers from North Korea who are in Kyiv and injured, in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Zelensky last week said that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. Rebecca Bundin, Tokyo.
Japan, the Philippines and the US have vowed to further strengthen their ties under a trilateral agreement. Manila says it comes amid growing tensions with Beijing in regional waters. Laura Westbrook has more.
In the phone call between US President Joe Biden, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, the 3 leaders agreed to enhance and deepen economic, maritime and technology cooperation. Marcos's office said Biden also raised the issue of the South China Sea and commended the Philippine leader for his response to what Marcos says is China's aggressive activities there. The call followed a first-of-its-kind summit meeting between the 3 leaders last April in Washington. And this is the last such call with President Biden, who reportedly said that he was optimistic that his successor Donald Trump would see the value of continuing the partnership. Donald Trump will assume the office of president next Monday. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
The bagpipe industry is hitting back at a new survey that suggests time may be up for the historic Scottish instrument. New figures show that in 2024, bagpipes were among the bottom 5 instruments purchased, with sales so low they should now be considered critically endangered.
It's just not true. It's been badly researched and it's misinformed.
Finlay MacDonald is the director of the National Piping Centre in Glasgow.
Piping is more popular now than it's ever been. The stats on the particular story we're talking about were taken from an online website which don't sell bagpipes. I've spoken to 3 of the biggest bagpipe producers in Scotland, and they've sold more pipes this year than they have in any other year. Likewise, we have at the National Piping Centre. There are huge piping scenes in Canada, in America, New Zealand, Australia.
The main news again. The death toll from the California fires climbs to 24. Fierce winds expected to pick up again as rescue teams race to contain 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. North Korean troop fatalities and injuries exceed 3,000 in Ukraine, Seoul claims, even as Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian troops held in Russia. The world's largest religious gathering this year kicks off in India, with millions taking a cleansing dip in the Ganges. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, I do see the countdown clock is ticking at Cape Canaveral at the Space Force Station. That clock is now ticking down toward 25 minutes before launch. This is a pretty big event. This is the much anticipated Blue Origin launch. Founded by Jeff Bezos, attempting to launch and land their powerful New Glenn rocket. Again, from Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station here. About 25 minutes from now. If the clock continues, we'll continue to monitor, and I'll see if we can't maybe bring some live coverage of that. I got the email from Wheelchair Dave there a few hours ago. Yes. Hello, Steve to Mission Control. I hope you can cover this historic launch this morning. I do believe we've got it all set up. We'll try to bring you some of that live audio as we get close to countdown, or close to launch time. Meanwhile, there, we left off. We were kind of wrapping things up with Big Ed, talking about auto maintenance, repairs, the fact he likes to go to the dealership.
I'm going to give you a good example of it, okay? It's called Live and Learn. Go back to the Firestone fiasco. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
The tires. And, it's easy for Firestone to say, well, these people didn't. I guarantee you have to blow out the first thing. Well, you ain't keeping up with your tire pressure. Oh, really? Well, let's dig up the maintenance records on it. Because if you don't, there's a lot of people that don't keep maintenance records. But I learned the value of keeping maintenance records. Now, where I took a hit in the mouth over what I'm sitting there preaching right now, I'll tell you where I took a hit in the mouth. You remember Glenda's accident?
Mm-hmm.
Got in a big medical lawsuit. Well, her cousin was a products liability attorney. And I'm going to talk about this. He was a products liability attorney. And he was adamant that I needed to file a suit against Ford Motor Company because it was a defective product that made the pickup do what it did, which propelled her to do what she did, which put her in jeopardy. And we all know the end result. So what happened? The pickup got away from her. Well, I would normally go to the dealership and let them do the oil changes or tire rotations. But for some reason or another, them people had aggravated me. And so I started doing my tires at a Hibdon's Tires Plus. Anytime I got my tires rotated, anytime I purchased tires. But at that time, I was doing it every 3,000 miles. And I always kept up with my tires because of that Firestone mess. In case something happened, we had a blowout, got in an accident, we could go back and find it was a defective tire. It would have been a whole lot easier to trace if people would have done that. All right. Well, the couple times the pickup, we was driving along, and it'd go into a stall mode. We'd be driving also. The pickup was running, but it wouldn't go. It just come to a stop. So because Kay had griped at me about it, and I told her, that's just your damn head. Well, darn if I wasn't driving and it did that. So instead of taking it to Ford dealership, I just took it to a well-reputable automotive company and had it thoroughly checked out, and they come back and said it was a sensor, malfunctioning sensor. And they replaced the sensor. Well, and after that, it never happened again. But when we got it, and so once Kay's cousin convinced her that's the way we're going to go, and then the medical attorney said, well, the medical establishment's going to demand that you file a suit against Ford, which I was all against it. I did not want to go after Ford Because I knew that was just going to be one hell of a fight. And I didn't feel, my concern was getting Kay taken care of over what happened with the bed sore that she got. All right. So I was against going after Ford, but Kay was of sound mind. And we're sitting in there in the attorney's offices, and her cousin's there. And she says, I want to go after Ford first. So we had to set the litigation aside for the medical malpractice, and we had to focus on Ford. Well, before all this had happened, I had asked her cousin, because after this happened, I said, do I need to park the pickup? And his advice was no. He said, you don't need to park the pickup. So I'm still driving the pickup. All right. 6 months later, he calls me and says, hey, we got to put that pickup in storage. Why? Ford wants to tear it apart. So we got to park it. Well, why the hell didn't we park it right after the accident? Larry? If you're supposed to be a damn good attorney, why didn't you advise me to keep driving it? Well, he said, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. We're going to nail them. I'll be darned, Steve. And he was the lead attorney on the products liability. If he didn't up and die. I thought, oh, God. And here, but we had two other attorneys that were supposed to be very reputable in products liability that was on the case. We had like 3 attorneys on that. And 3 attorneys on the medical malpractice. So they come and towed my pickup and took it down to a place there in Norman, and we put it in the shop building, and there it sat for 2 years while we was fighting Ford. Well, we went to try to get all the maintenance records, and because I had went to various places getting maintenance done on that pickup, it was like trying to put a damn jigsaw puzzle together. Even though we got the maintenance where we showed the sensor was replaced based on what the pickup had done, because I thought, well, we're going to be able to tie that in to what happened to her that morning of the accident. Well, and what the aggravating part, Ford had come in during one of the, when we were seeking discovery, I guess is what you would call it. One of their damn engineers come in, and my attorney was asking for certain records that Ford kept denying that they didn't have. All right. And then one of their engineers sat on the witness stand and basically he perjured himself. And we caught him in perjury. So the judge ordered him back to court because this engineer perjured himself. And I thought, we're going to hang him right here. I'll be damned, Steve, if the judge, we bring him back in, and the attorney was going after his throat. And what does the judge do? He says, oh, well, he says, he probably didn't understand the question. Baloney, man. At that point, I thought, okay, because, Ford, let's face it, Ford, at that time, that Paycom Arena in Oklahoma City where the Thunder play was called the Ford Center. So Ford was putting a lot of money in the community, if you so to speak. And for that judge to sit there knowing that this guy perjured himself and brushed it off like, well, he didn't understand the question. If that didn't reach of Good Old Boy Network.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody tell me what it was. I mean, that stunk to high heaven.
You scratch
And
my
I got
back, I'll
madder than
scratch
hell.
yours. So some money exchange hands under the table somewhere.
That, from my perspective, it damn sure did.
Yeah.
So they brought in 2 engineers, Ford did, from England. Now, I will give them that. Guys that engineered these Le Mans race cars and what have you, to tear that pickup apart so we could try to figure out what took place that day. And they tore it all apart. I was right there when they took it up piece by piece. Boy, them boys know what they're doing. They took it apart piece by piece. Never could find anything to pin that transmission and that drivetrain that would cause it to do what it did. So at that point, finally, Biola, Ford comes up with the records that we had been seeking for 2.5 years. That's all they had to do when we started the damn fight, was give us the records of how, whatever the records were that my attorneys was seeking, instead of fighting and pretending you didn't have it. But they didn't do that. They prolonged this fight. So it all come down to, we agreed, and they even agreed, something happened, but we couldn't prove it. Are you with me?
Gotcha.
You can go in the courtroom all day long and say something happened. Well, they agreed something happened. We agreed something happened. But what made it happen? See where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and
So,
in the purpose of dragging things out is, I mean, most people, who's got the patience, the money, as attorney fees continue to go higher and higher, to go through a 2 and 3 year battle through the courts. They expect you to finally just say, screw it, give up, move on.
Right, and here's the thing with that type of litigation, which naturally these attorneys were working on a contingency.
Right.
Now the ones that lost money out of that whole thing was the Ford attorneys. Our medical attorneys didn't lose nothing. We didn't lose nothing, other than the fact that it took 2.5 years off the medical fight that we was going to win. I knew we had that one. We had that sold up. But by all rights, when the medical people demanded that we file a suit against Ford, because if Ford would have been found negligent in the product, then they would have been responsible from the day it happened to the day she died. You see what I'm saying? Because
Absolutely.
it put her in a position, which put her in the hospital, which put the hospital staff in the line of fire. But that's a different case. But what we ended up doing, we had to drop the case. Oh, I forget what the name of it was. We had 2 years to bring it back, at which point, if we did that, the money was going to come out of my pocket. And no, we ain't going to do that. More or less, we dropped the case without malice. All right? We all agreed something happened, but we could not go in there and prove it. Now, here's what I learned about that. By God, if I'd have just, I don't care how mad I got mad at the dealership, let them done all the work, no matter the cost, I'd had all those maintenance records in one pile. And you wouldn't have been bringing anybody from the outside in saying that, oh, well, this party's responsible, or no, that party's responsible. No. I don't care if I need the tires, anything. I'm going to make sure the dealership does my work, because that's where I bought the pickup. That's where the mechanics are trained. And if something goes wrong, I'm driving down the road and all of a sudden a wheel flies off, guess what? I'm going to go right back to the maintenance records at that dealership. And I'm always adamant about getting that oil changed, as simple as getting that oil changed every 5,000 miles. Now, I might miss a mile or 1,000 miles here and there, but I'm going to create a record. So I might, okay, I've got a windshield that's got a crack. When I took it in the other day, I said, how much going to cost me to get this windshield replaced? Well, if I go to Safelite, it's going to cost me $1,000. Now, if I take it over to the dealership, it's probably going to cost me about $1,250.
Right.
So, and the pretense of saving $250, to me, it's going to be a whole lot wiser just to let the dealership do it. That way, if I'm driving down the highway and all of a sudden that windshield just shatters and I run into somebody, I've got a starting point right here. You put a defective windshield in my pickup. You see where I'm coming from? That's why, Captain Ron, in my opinion, and I don't care if you're driving a big truck, if you're going to have maintenance done, do it at one place. Don't scatter it out, or let the, you know, in a case like Freightliner, if you're out there, let Freightliner deal with your issues. Don't take it to a mom and pop shop because you want to save $500. Because you're out there on the highway, interstate commerce, operating your own rigs. And the last thing you want is your mechanical records to be spread out like a jigsaw puzzle. And then the hunt's on what caused your problem that you got out there in an accident. Now you're facing a $20 million lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
See what I'm saying? So, Steve, I know I got away from football, but, yeah, think about what I said. And in the long run, we let the Ford case go. I never got the pickup back because of the pickup being involved in litigation, and it caused somebody to get injured. I could not. Because of what we said it was done, legally I could not sell that pickup. Because if I'd have sold it, you know, the reason you can't sell it because somebody buys it and they go out there and get in an accident. Well, you're liable for it too. You see what I'm saying? So I ended up, because of what I had to pay or what we had to pay for storage fees, that I stored the damn pickup for 2 years. I didn't want any money coming out of her medical malpractice going to that case. I just said, hey, you guys write off what I owe you I think the storage fees was roughly close to $10,000. You write off what I owe you on the storage fees, let you part this thing out and recover your money that way. And they was all for it.
So, call it a day.
Call it a day. Well, Steve, I guess I'll shut her down right there, but I am picking Ohio State. That's the prognosticator of prognosticators. And in a few short days, I will become known as Mr. Football.
Mr. Football. All right, there's one piece of the puzzle yet to fall into place. Will it be Ohio State or Notre Dame? That's the big game. Hello, Brain Dad. Good morning, Steve. Happy Manic Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We survived Snowmageddon 25 with about 8 inches. Time to run to the warehouse from the home of Mark Martin, Batesville, Arkansas, and then I'll call it a day. 27 days till pitchers and catchers report, 37 days spring training, 73 days till opening day for baseball. NASCAR Clash, 3 weeks from today, 21 days. Daytona 500, 34 days away. Very good. Rubber Duck, home sweet home. Have a great show. Be safe, gang. Stay warm. We're going to be getting some negative wind chills in the morning. The cold air is coming in. We finally warmed up above the freezing mark. Going to be short-lived. An Arctic front going to be coming through our area later today. And again, we're going to go way back down. High temperatures, struggling to reach 20 degrees. Overnight lows well down in the single digits. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. It is my least favorite night because now I'm facing 2 nights of reruns. Old Crip Shot in the house. Morning, Steve. And we said hello to Marianne. Hammer down. There's Larry checking in. 35 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line as he heads off to Hartford, Connecticut to start a new week here. Jerry, what's going on? Hope you had a good weekend. Morning, everybody. Sarah and I here in Kokomo listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Yes, indeed. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, minus 6 degrees in Humphrey, Nebraska. The curtains are down. However, there is no heat in the barns. It's going to be chilly, loading, but this is what bull haulers do and why we are. Everyone stay warm. I'll be laying flames, warming up the boulevard in my powerful chrome-plated crowd truck here in a short time. I'll be back to the show. Steve, right now, live action continues. Special one night only shout-out to the one and only Horse Feathers from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. Minus 6 at this hour.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. At least 16 people are dead and many others are missing as fires continue to tear through California. The state's governor said on Sunday the fires are likely to be the worst natural disaster in U.S. history in terms of the costs associated with them. Red flag warnings, which mark critical fire weather conditions, have been issued through Wednesday for portions of Los Angeles. Newsom says he will be deploying another 1,000 members of California's National Guard. That brings a total to 2,500. Other nations have committed to sending their own fighters to help battle the blazes, including Canada and Ukraine. Around 105,000 people remain under mandatory evacuation orders, and more than 8 million people are in a fire risk zone. Dozens of people are facing a variety of charges related to the fires. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says they've encountered several people taking advantage of the chaos to burglarize homes. Officials are warning residents not to begin returning home until it's safe to do so. Here's Kristen Crowley, the chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures. The first responders are working as quickly as possible to ensure that it is safe for you to return into your communities. Canine search teams have been deployed to assist with our recovery efforts.
Meanwhile, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump slammed the response on Sunday, calling California officials, quote, incompetent. Donald Trump took to social media, writing that the incompetent politicians have no idea how to put them out. He called on the governor to resign. Newsom, however, had reached out to Donald Trump on Friday, inviting him to come and see the damage firsthand and meet first responders. Newsom told media on Sunday he hadn't yet received a response. He's also condemned misinformation being spread by the president-elect. That included allegations he'd refused to sign necessary water declarations and he'd redirected water to save fish rather than Californian residents. And Ukraine's president says he will hand over captured soldiers from North Korea in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Ukraine said on Saturday it had captured 2 prisoners of war who were injured. Volodymyr Zelensky said they were captured on January 9th, and this was not an easy task. Zelensky said they were being treated with medical care. And an explosion in Yemen has killed 50. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on a Monday, greatest day of the week as we turn the page on the calendar. Full moon shining overhead as we make our way into the 13th day of January. All right, see what kind of baloney we got on board. There's Knucklebuster. Eagle waiting in the wings. Morning, Knucklebuster. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you too, Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, I gotta agree with Big Ed. You gotta keep them maintenance records up. I just traded a 2019 Silverado in back in December for Tennessee, a brand new car there. So it had 96,000 miles on it when I traded it in, and one of the oil change places, they wrote the mileage down wrong when they put it on the computer there. Carfax gets all of that. And they couldn't do the trade originally because Carfax had the mileage wrong on it because the mechanic that done the oil change on it entered it wrong in the computer. So the dealer, he knows some people at Carfax, and he got them to straighten it out to where it showed the actual mileage that was on the pickup there, because it was just a mistake on that. And I bought a 2015 Ford off of my daughter's next door neighbor. It had 83,000 miles on it. And then when we bought it, the title showed 8 million some odd miles on it. I mean, it was over 8 million, but it was the date. Instead of putting the mileage in there, they typed the date. And it's just stupid mistakes like that, yeah. I said, man, I don't even know a semi's got 8 million miles on it.
Right.
But you got to keep up with the record. And I've told Tennessee after that little deal up there with the Carfax thing, she's going to the dealer to get her oil changes. Anything that happens to that car, she's going to take it to the dealer and get it fixed. And that way we've got a good record of it. So, but I see if I even go out there and change the oil in my own pickup, it's not going to go on there, so they're not going to have no record of it there. So I'll just let them do it there, right? and Tennessee's an insurance person, so I guarantee you they got more time and they got more money than you and I got, Steve. And they will nitpick. As a matter of fact, my sister-in-law is a paralegal, and I hate even sitting next to her because she'll nitpick your brain, Steve. You'll get so tired of answering questions. She'll know you better than you know yourself.
All right.
Time she gets done with you. So, yeah. So, well, just, make sure that your mechanic uses your Hot Shot Secret stuff, diesel extreme, gasoline extreme, everyday diesel treatment, anti-jail. Did you get a chance to read that article I was talking to you about off air the other morning?
I think I shared that, I do believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Hot Shot Secret anti-jail, number one.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Well, all right, well, let's go on to some college football since you don't like my baloney there. I'm an SEC fan. So, as far as Ohio State and Notre Dame playing, I care less whichever one of them win. Just not an SEC team. So, I don't know. I think it's all rigged nowadays. I know some people that call Quinn Ewers a traitor to Texas. That they broke that film down and watched it frame by frame, Steve, and said that boy dropped that ball behind his head and then threw it his arm forward like he was throwing a pass. And what was the guy's name there? Hold on, let's see. I'll get it here in a minute. Played for Ohio State. Jack Sawyer. That was who your roommate was. And how amazing is this is what I want to know. They played a clip of Jack Sawyer immediately after the play talking about their relationship. He said it was a great one. And I'm like, yeah, well, no doubt. He just handed you the football so you could win there, right? And then Ewers came back and proved he was colorblind, see? He threw it to a red jersey instead of a white one. Well, they showed Ewers and Sawyer smiling with each other after the game, and Ewers gave him a fist bump to the chest, like, I paid my debt back to you there, right?
Okay.
So, there's always conspiracy theories, Steve. I don't know there. So, anyway, I remember one of those airplanes out there got hit by a drone out there.
Yes.
They're going to lock that boy up for a long time, Steve. And now they're having to bring two more in and trying to get that other one fixed. So, but anyway, Oregon firefighters are not being turned away from the California fires, Steve. I read that too. There was a bunch of junk on there. They was turning them away. They're not turning them away. And if you want to read a good article on Quinn Ewers, he explained what went wrong on that disastrous final play versus Ohio State. You can read it on SportsIllustrated.com, Steve. So, well, like I said, I don't care. Notre Dame or Ohio State wins. I better pick Ohio State because Tennessee boss's wife is from Ohio, and that's who she likes. So that's who we better pick, right? I'll just make it official. Ohio State.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all my bull on it for right now. I'll let somebody else get in there and run their pie hole. Somebody smarter than me anyway. Maybe Horse Feather call in here.
Well, have a great morning, Knucklebuster. Safe travels out there. I am monitoring, by the way, the countdown clock for Blue Origin. I guess they had postponed this because this was supposed to be a Friday morning attempt. So here we are, Monday morning, and they've got a several hour launch window that is open right now. Now the clock had got down to like 22 minutes. They added 10 or 15 minutes on. Got down to 19 minutes, and I believe they tagged on 15 minutes again, so we're kind of going back and forth. It's 26 minutes, though. 26 and some change. So, yes, I'm keeping an eye on the Blue Origin historic lunch slated to take place this morning, if all goes according to plan. Yeah, not sure why they're having to add the time on, because I haven't been able to listen in and monitor what's going on. I mean, they are in the process. They were in the fueling process, and sometimes, we know historically there are issues when you are fueling these things. So, meanwhile, the latest on the wildfires. 23,707 acres burned. That is just the Palisades fire alone. Let's see, many parts of the Pacific Palisades, Malibu, Santa Monica, Calabasas, Brentwood, and Encino are all under evacuation orders or warnings. More than 12,000 structures remain threatened. With the Palisades fire, over 5,300, many of which are homes, have already been damaged or destroyed. The other large blaze, the Eaton fire, 14,117 acres. That's Altadena and Pasadena. Additional evacuation orders came down late Thursday when the fire was climbing toward Mount Wilson. Other mandatory evacuations were lifted as city officials notified residents of Glen Oaks Canyon and Chevy Chase Canyon that it was safe to return to their homes. As of Sunday morning, 27% containment, which is up from only 3% back on Friday morning. In that particular blaze, 7,000 structures have been damaged. The Kenneth fire has now been 100% contained. According to CAL FIRE, all evacuation warnings have been lifted for that one. The Hearst fire at 779 acres in and around Sylmar, the evacuation orders have been listed as of Sunday. It was 76% contained. But a day after making some progress containing the Eaton fires and protecting Brentwood and Encino from the Palisades fire, firefighters are now bracing for another round of powerful winds that may threaten new communities as we get the new week started. There will be the potential, especially later on Monday night through Wednesday, for explosive fire growth once again as those winds pick back up. According to the National Weather Service office in Oxnard, California, in the case of an evacuation order being issued, you need to follow them immediately, he says. Seconds could save your life. Gusts of 50 to 65 expected for Monday, the strongest winds arriving before dawn Tuesday, and then peaking through Wednesday. Areas north of the fire line will be particularly at risk. The brewing wind conditions are generally expected to push the existing fires at a south and westward angle. But the grim numbers, which are expected to continue going up, the number of confirmed deaths from the devastating fires jumped to 24 Sunday evening. 8 of those deaths in the Palisades fire, 16 from the Eaton fire in Altadena, according to the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner. As many folks want to do their part in trying to help individuals, word comes down, beware. Scammers are targeting people making donations to help the victims of the wildfires. According to the California Attorney General, we have people with big hearts who want to help. They want to donate. They want to support the victims, obviously. We also see scammers who are taking advantage of that goodness and that generosity and scamming and defrauding individuals. Other California officials have, and those willing to donate should do your due diligence. According to the police chief this past days, suggesting to verify organizations before you donate. Take time to thoroughly research the charity or organization you're considering. Reputable groups will have clear information about their mission and proven track record, also advising the public to report any organizations that appear suspicious to the police and avoid making cash donations. The county sheriff said this past day that he's eager to prosecute anyone taking advantage of people's good nature. To anyone who would go out and take advantage of this tragedy for their greedy gain, who would further victimize people who've potentially lost everything, who are already victims, who would look at this devastation and see dollar signs, I have a message for you. You will be held accountable. My office will be engaged to hold you accountable. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, close out the weekend. Hope you had a good one. Got a Monday, back to the old grind, back to reality. Let's see what Eagle has going on this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how you doing? I'm got my first. I knew I shouldn't have said what I said last week about the weather, Steve. Yeah, I got my first dose of snow this year. Well, it wasn't snowing when I got there, but it already snowed when I got to Little Rock, Arkansas. Arkansas got hit pretty hard. They got about 8 to 10 inches of snow. Little Rock area, well, they didn't get hit as hard as Memphis. But Little Rock had a lot of snow on the ground when I got there on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Well, Saturday night. Yeah, it was Saturday, yeah, because the football game was on. Y'all watching the Ohio State game, yeah. Yeah, Saturday, yeah, they got hit hard by the snow. Yeah, and it's, yeah, so, but it wasn't that bad. You know, they did a good job. I want to give Arkansas, you know, they did a good job. The roads were clean, even though it had snowed. I don't know how they got all the snow off the road so fast, but they did a hell of a job on Interstate 30. I didn't see no trucks in the ditch or nothing. So they did a great job getting, even though I know they don't have the equipment, but whatever they did the right thing and got it good, got it clean. Can't say that for the truck stops though. You know, these truck stops, you know, Steve, they'll be ashamed of themselves. You know, when it snows and you let that snow sit on the ground and you let that stuff sit there all day long, eventually it turns to slush, and these truck stops it's bad. A lot of these trucks, they too cheap to pay somebody to come in with a plow and plow the driveway and where the trucks park at. So you got a real disaster in a lot of these truck stop parking lots trying to get in and out with all the snow and slush on the ground. It's pretty bad. Real slippery, you know. You can walking across the parking lot. You can walk across and you can break your damn back. You know, you got to be real careful when you're walking. You think as much money as truck drivers spend in these truck stops, you think they'd at least keep the driveway and the parking lot clean, you know, so you can get it in and out of your get it in and out of your truck. But apparently they don't care. That's real obvious. But yeah, like I said, I know Memphis got hit hard, and Atlanta, Georgia, they got hit real hard with snow. But I didn't go that way, so I don't know exactly what happened. But I heard that they had a lot of accidents and they had a whole lot of problems in Memphis. And then I heard something. I think I read on my phone. It's supposed to be another storm headed to the U.S. in the next couple of weeks, next week or two, I think. So we'll see what happens with that, because they had some good weather for the playoff games. You know, they didn't have no snow for none of the games today in Buffalo and Philadelphia. They had some good weather. So we'll see what happens next week, because a couple of them games are going to be played in cold weather cities in Kansas City. See what the weather like next week in Kansas City, and I think they got Baltimore got a game. So we'll see what the weather look like for them playoff games next week with the weather. And yeah, I got a couple of other things, Steve, about the politics I want to get into maybe after the top of the hour. But yeah, I want to get to these fires that's going down in California. It's a real bad situation. It looks like it's been done on purpose, that these things didn't just flare up on their own. They've caught several individuals with butane lighters walking around LA area. A couple of them been arrested. They won't identify these people and say who these names of these individuals, but I got an idea who they might be. But for some reason they're not letting people know. Yeah, these, like I said, Steve, a lot of celebrities have been placed homeless. A lot of big name people that you see in movies and television shows have been had their homes destroyed by these fires. Bad situation. And like I talked to you about the looters last week, Steve, to show you how bad that these lowlives are. I heard today that somebody put on a fireman's uniform and was faking like he worked for the fire department and was looting people's houses, and they caught the guy walking down the street with a bag loaded up with all kind of stuff that he had stole for somebody's house. A fake fireman. That's how bad these people are, trying to take advantage of people that's lost everything, because the fire department, everybody, they've told everybody to vacate those houses, so they know that nobody's in these homes. So that's when these criminals are making their move and hoping they can get some goods. But luckily, they got the military and National Guard and all these people guarding these neighborhoods to keep these low-life scumbags out, because that's what they are. Now, getting to the mayor of the city of L.A., Steve, this woman here, Bass, she why she still have a job tonight, I still don't know. Why she's still employed. This woman here is a total disaster. And it just goes back to what we've been talking about over the years, Steve. When you go woke, you go broke with these DEI hires. They give a woman a job simply because she's a lesbian That's what this the governor of California, the fire chief is another lesbian. Both, like I said, that has nothing to do with they can be whatever they want to be, but it just goes to show what happens when you give people the job that doesn't deserve it, as far as I'm concerned. Because this should have never even happened, Steve. Donald Trump warned these people a long time ago when he was in the White House about what would happen if they diverted that water into the ocean instead of letting it do what it was supposed to do. And now they got a fight with no water to fight it. This could have all been avoided. Gavin Newsom, this guy here, another guy that I still can't understand why this guy is still the governor of California. Why people would even vote for an individual like that. It amazes me. But like I say, if you live in California, most of the people in that area for some reason are Democrats. They haven't learned their lesson yet, Steve.
Right. You think this will be a wake-up call, or probably not? More of the same old. We pause there.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. 24 people are now confirmed dead and 16 still missing in the wildfires in California. The natural disaster, one of the worst in U.S. history, has destroyed thousands of homes and forced over 100,000 people to evacuate. But fierce winds are expected to pick up around Los Angeles again this week as rescue teams are racing to control 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. Tony Waterman has more.
Officials on Sunday asked for Palisades residents to be patient, saying conditions inside the neighborhood remain dangerous. Active fires still burn. Structures are unstable. There's no power or water, and gas pipes are broken.
The people I've been speaking with say they will come back here day after day, earlier and earlier if they need to be able to get in to see what is left of their homes. And as they are waiting here, they're going to be waiting under the plume of the Palisades fire, the very blaze that destroyed their homes.
An unrelenting aerial assault has helped the thousands of firefighters on the ground make progress in containing the blazes. But a return of powerful winds on Sunday into the rest of the week could ground those aircraft and fuel the raging inferno, threatening to unravel firefighting efforts and to spread the blaze into new areas. Mexico and Canada have sent firefighters to help battle the blazes. Hundreds of California prison inmates are also working the front lines.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian soldiers being held in Russia. Ukraine says the men were captured earlier this month. Rebecca Bunton has more from Tokyo.
Zelensky's office has said that Russia is trying to hide the fact that soldiers from North Korea are fighting in the war by giving them false documents. Ukraine's president has said he is willing to hand over 2 captured soldiers from North Korea who are in Kyiv and injured in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Zelensky last week said that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. Rebecca Bunton, Tokyo.
Japan, the Philippines and the US have vowed to further strengthen their ties under a trilateral agreement. Manila says it comes amid growing tensions with Beijing in regional waters. Laura Westbrook has more.
In the phone call between US President Joe Biden, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, the 3 leaders agreed to enhance and deepen economic, maritime and technology cooperation. Marcos's office said Biden also raised the issue of the South China Sea and commended the Philippine leader for his response to what Marcos says is China's aggressive activities there. The call followed a first-of-its-kind summit meeting between the 3 leaders last April in Washington. And this is the last such call with President Biden, who reportedly said that he was optimistic that his successor Donald Trump would see the value of continuing the partnership. Donald Trump will assume the office of president next Monday. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
The bagpipe industry is hitting back at a new survey that suggests time may be up for the historic Scottish instrument. New figures show that in 2024, bagpipes were among the bottom 5 instruments purchased, with sales so low they should now be considered critically endangered.
It's just not true. It's been badly researched and it's misinformed.
Finlay MacDonald is the director of the National Piping Centre in Glasgow.
Piping is more popular now than it's ever been. The stats on the particular story we're talking about were taken from an online website which don't sell bagpipes. I've spoken to 3 of the biggest bagpipe producers in Scotland, and they've sold more pipes this year than they have in any other year. Likewise, we have at the National Piping Centre. There are huge piping scenes in Canada, in America, New Zealand, Australia.
The main news again. The death toll from the California fires climbs to 24. Fierce winds expected to pick up again as rescue teams race to contain 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. North Korean troop fatalities and injuries exceed 3,000 in Ukraine, Seoul claims, even as Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian troops held in Russia. The world's largest religious gathering this year kicks off in India with millions taking a cleansing dip in the Ganges. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour as we roll into a Monday. Cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. All right, update quickly for the 3rd time this morning. Liftoff has been pushed back by a few minutes. Now expected to launch its, that'd be 2:27 a.m. As we've been reporting, the minutes leading up to launch are a critical window for final checks on everything from the weather to the engines. According to the team, if we need to add a couple more minutes, that's quite all right. All right, each time they've pushed back, it's actually they've added 20 minutes. So that's kind of where things stand now at 21 minutes and counting again. So we'll continue to monitor. Let me get back to Eagle there. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay. Yeah, I want to get back to California deal right quick. Yeah, like I was saying, Steve, Newsom and Bass and the fire chief, all three of them, it should be a combo. All three of them should be fired and run out of California at the same time for what they've done. This is going to cause, this might be, when it's all said and done, Steve, and it is not even close to being done from what I'm hearing, this could be the worst disaster in the history of the U.S. in terms of money. It could be up in the billions of dollars of amount of money. Have you heard that the amount of money that this thing could total out to be?
Latest numbers are somewhere between 100 and 150 billion.
Yeah, so that would make it one of the highest disasters that we've ever had in the U.S. in terms of money when it's all said and done. And that's really ridiculous. California already has problems to begin with. And, Steve, Donald Trump, before his trial on Friday, he held it was after the funeral, he went to, he had a meeting with all of the governors of the states that were run by Republicans, and all these states are doing good, Steve. All these states that are red states are all doing pretty good financially wise. And you look at it like you've been talking about for over the years, everybody else been saying. If you look at all the states in the U.S. that vote blue, that are democratically run, they all doing bad. They all got crime is out of control. Homeless is out of control. Food, people out of work. All the states that are run by Democrats, what a surprise. They all having problems. And it's going to continue to be that way because these people because it seems like they want it that way. It don't seem like it's a mistake at this point to me, Steve, that all these democratically run states are doing bad. So the thing is, all I can say for them is better you than me. I don't live in no democratically run state, and I won't live in one because the minute the state I live in, because Governor comes, guess what I'm getting ready to do, Steve? I'm packing up my bags and getting the hell out and moving to another state because I refuse to live in a state run by a Democrat because it's nothing but a complete disaster, and I got proof to back up what I say. Now, the next thing I want to talk about, Steve, is the situation coming up with Donald Trump in this bogus fake trial that they wasted a lot of money and time on. All it was, Steve, was that we talked about this all summer long. That judge had Donald Trump go in that courtroom every day. Every day he had to sit in that courtroom and listen to a bunch of lies by a bunch of liars for nothing. It was nothing but to keep him off the political trail, to keep him from holding rallies, and keeping him from getting support. That's all it was. They had no case against Donald Trump. We said that a long time ago, and he got facts to back it up. That's why that loser judge couldn't give Donald Trump no kind of sentence whatsoever, not even money out of his pocket, not even a time in jail, because there was no case to even begin with. And then the only thing he wanted loser could do was put on Donald Trump's record that he's a felon, so these loser Democrats can run around and come on CNN and these other bogus television stations and say, well, Donald Trump will be the first president to ever walk into the White House as a felon. Well, so what? I guarantee you, most of them other so-called Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and the Clintons, I guarantee you, if they would have convicted them of crimes they committed, they would be felons themselves. So I don't know what the Democrats are so proud about, because a lot of the people that they look up to should be, especially Joe Biden. You can't tell me he ain't no damn felon. Now, let me say one last comment, Steve, about the upcoming inauguration on the 19th and the 20th. Donald Trump got a rally scheduled for the 19th, the day before the rally, and then on the 20th, Donald Trump will go into the White House as the 47th president of America. And when you come that day, Steve, when I call in, you best believe I'm gonna be smiling from ear to ear, because that'll be the day that America will be made great again, and we can get these people, get Joe Biden, give him his walking papers, and he can head on back to Delaware and do what he does best, and that's sleep. And I thank you for taking my call.
Okay, so yeah, we are less than 10 days away. We are 1 week, actually, 1 week from Inauguration Day. Several had brought up last week in regards to the fires. We've got the massive Pacific Ocean right there. Can't we use ocean water? I gave an interesting update on that over the weekend. As those wildfires continue to burn, authorities have made the rare move of scooping up ocean water to help battle the flames. Salt water, they say, can damage equipment, infrastructure, wildlife. Sometimes firefighters need to use it anyway. According to a former New York City Fire Department lieutenant and fire safety expert at Global Security, when someone falls down, gets hurt, possibly broke their neck or something like that, you don't move them. But if there's a fire around them, or there are chemicals around them, and they're going to die, so you have to move them. You have no choice. The main way to use salt water to fight fires is to draw it out of the ocean with a plane or a helicopter and dump it from above. Yeah, that is being done in Southern California, where the blazes continue burning out of control. One plane was taken out of service over the weekend after someone flying a drone that impacted its wing. The Federal Aviation Administration is investigating. Their spokesperson tells us interfering with firefighters is a federal crime, punishable by up to a year in prison and a $75,000 fine, while salt water can actually damage infrastructure, kill wildlife, and have other consequences. Sometimes it's just a necessary trade-off. In this case, your city's burning to the ground, so using the salt water is not that bad. The problem is they're limited to how many aircraft they can fly at one time, how far they have to go, and how much water they can hold. Couldn't fly yesterday because of the wind. Current fire hydrants do not use salt water for several reasons. They use the same pipes supplying fresh tap water to homes and businesses. They are not corrosion resistant, and the cost of installing a new saltwater hydrant system connected to ocean pumps would be ridiculous. Fire hydrants also rely on pressure, which is lost with each hydrant open at the same time. But the fire trucks themselves, he said, can use salt water. They just have to be close enough to get it, and then would require thorough cleaning afterward. We have them at JFK, about the airport in New York City. We pump the water out of Jamaica Bay. If you're going to do that at the beach, how are you going to get the fire truck into the sand? At least 24 have now died in fires across Southern California. Now, Governor Newsom's office over the weekend said the state was sending more than 7,500 firefighters and support personnel to assist Los Angeles. Neighboring states, including Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, and New Mexico, have also sent in firefighting equipment and assets. Even firefighters from the country of Mexico have been brought in to help fight the blazes there. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Monday, whatever day it is. 67 days till spring, though. Pitchers and catchers will report before we know it. I'm just checking in tonight on my night off to let folks know I spoke with the blind man early Sunday morning. He's back in the hospital dealing with back issues related to the UTIs he had last year, so pray for him to heal soon and be able to go home. Shout out to Nick, one of our listening friends and a friend of the blind man, for passing the word along. Partly cloudy, breezy, a balmy 35 degrees outside the home 20. Off 75, I-75 mile marker 93 in the state of Ohio. Buckeye Boy, what's happening? Ackworth, Georgia, 32 degrees. All the ice in the trees melted off today. But there are still some slick spots on the deck from water refreezing, so I put some ice melt on that. And the stairs going up and down so the dogs won't fall. How about those Ohio State Buckeyes punching their ticket to the national championship here in Atlanta? What a finish to the first half. With the screenplay to Henderson that went the distance, and then the sack, scoop, and score by Sawyer, breaking the back of Texas at the end of the game. One of the greatest defensive plays in Ohio State football history. We were going wild when it happened. Now, I looked at ticket prices so Wildcat and I could go to the game here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Prices starting at $1,600 each. I think I'll just enjoy watching the game on my 72-inch TV. Loading tomorrow for a 2 p.m. For Nashville. Yeah, I'll stop to get Wildcat and our luggage, then head out. We're staying at her sister's till Friday morning, since I pick up Thursday night 11 p.m. Central Time, and it'll be too late to head back home then. Yeah, I would do it if I was by myself and stop part way, but with Wildcat with me, it'd be too rough on her. The NFL playoffs are crazy. Have a great night, and everyone be careful out there, and go Buckeyes. Well, good morning, Philip. We keep watching the countdown clock ticking away. It's back to 30 minutes again. They keep bumping it up.
Yeah, they're contemplating what's going on with the systems. I know earlier they had pushed it back because of the fueling. They were making sure they got everything fueled properly. So let's have to see how it goes. We got a high cloud bank here right now. We're overcast over here where I'm at. I don't know how much of it I'll see. I might see it for a few seconds and then it'll go into the clouds. But I'm on I-4 now. I'm over here by Maitland. So just have to keep an eye out for it. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. It's a Monday. Man, that weekend was quick.
Yeah, it was. It was quick. I mean, I worked both days. I had to work at the marathon yesterday on my day off and the day before on Saturday, and had to change things around a little bit with Walmart so I could work. But pulled mandatory overtime for the last couple of days. You guys are talking about that fire and the water and all that stuff. It simply amazed me, Steve, that California, with as much money as invested in that state, that they could never invent a water treatment system that could desalinate for that desalination and all that for the water treatment and use the water out of the Pacific Ocean. It just amazed me that they don't do that. They depend on the water from the Colorado River, all these different rivers that were coming up and through there to bring water to them, and it just amazes me that they don't spend the money on that, and they're so worried about the economic or environmentalist stuff going on out there that I'd heard a story, Stephen, you might know this more than I do, but somebody said the other day that there was a story about they wouldn't let fire trucks in because of emission standards on their trucks. Did you hear anything about that?
I did not catch that, no. What a kick in the teeth.
Yeah, there was, from what I heard, there was some trucks that came down from Washington State and Oregon and they were going to help out with the fire, but they wouldn't let them in because the emissions codes their trucks didn't meet the emission standards for California. You know, that's just telling you why I'm pathetic. You're going to throw salt water on everything and evade that kind of a deal, but you've got vehicles that are operating and the manpower to use them, and you're going to let it sit. You know, it just don't make sense. I mean, it's I don't know. It's just crazy. You know, it doesn't make sense to me. You know, it's the same thing we've heard about their power situation. How many times do we hear them talk about, well, we don't have enough power, but they have the opportunity to, with coal-fired, diesel-fired plants, that they could use it, and they don't want to use the technology because of the environmental thing. You see what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yep, that's what you get with your environmental wackos.
Yeah, I mean, there comes a time, and you said it there with the salt water thing, there comes a time when you have to discern, is it human life or what? What are we going to do here? You know, when it involves human life, like these fires, it involves human life. I mean, we've got 24 people that have already perished in this fire. How many passed away in Hawaii, Steve? Remember that big fire in Hawaii?
Yeah, the Maui.
How many people passed away in that?
I can't remember that number, but it was ugly, yeah.
You know, I mean, when it concerns the property, material possessions, I know as much as it hurts people, I mean, there's a lot of memories and that kind of stuff. I get it. But when it comes down to material possessions and everybody's clear, you got to let it do what it's got to do. But, you know, when it concerns human life, you got to sit back and say, hey, I got to make a decision. Are we going to do this, or are we going to see people get killed? You know? I mean, that's pretty much what you got to do. You got to sit down and make that decision. I know it's a hard decision. And I've seen some of the bits and pieces from that fire chief's interview with Nora O'Donnell the other day.
Yes, yeah. How about
she said that if she had that $17 million, she might have had something that could have done something. You know, it's a what if, could have type of thing. So Nora O'Donnell kept asking her at the end of the interview, do you think this would have made a difference? She said at the end of it, yes, I think it could have made a difference if I'd had that extra $17 million in the deal, you know? And it's one of those things, you don't know. But I just don't understand why California don't buck down and get into the water treatment deal more and figure out a way to desalinate water better so they can use it. It don't make no dang gum sense. I mean, I guess they don't have no situational awareness, Steve, if you know what I mean. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and we'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Very good. All right, safe travels, and we'll see if Blue Origin can successfully get this thing off the ground. I'm beginning to have my doubts. I don't know. All right, let's see. Reasons for delays, they say, unclear. You may be wondering what's behind the delays to liftoff, which have been pushed back roughly 20 minutes 4 times this morning. Blue Origin has not offered any explanation. We do know its team is carrying out all kinds of final checks right now, and they have said they're all right if they need a little more time to be sure. Of course, the mission was set to take off Friday, but it was the sea conditions that forced them to push it back to Sunday. So waters weren't much better Sunday, so that brings us to this morning with liftoff possibly minutes away. Remember, the state of the sea is important for this mission as they're attempting to land their reusable booster on a floating platform, which would be ready to be deployed for future endeavors. And I'm looking here, again, it's 23 minutes and counting. We'll see. All right, news break just ahead. Plowboy going to be checking in. We'll see what's going on with Brain Dead. Word comes out this past day that there was an unusual increase in electrical faults recorded in the Los Angeles power grid just hours before the ignition of 3 major wildfires. According to Whisker Labs, a company specializing in monitoring electrical activity, there was a significant increase in faults hours before the Eaton, Palisades, and Hearst fires began. According to the company's CEO, Bob Marshall, he says that their network of 14,000 what they call Ting sensors across the city detected a significant increase in faults. Faults are caused by tree limbs touching wires or wires blowing in the wind and touching. That creates a spark in a fault, and we detect all those things. Other factors that can cause faults include things like equipment igniting, a surge in demand, or earthquake tremors. But data obtained by the company shared with Fox News found that in the area where the Palisades fire broke out, 63 faults were recorded 2 to 3 hours before ignition, with 18 faults logged during the hour it actually began. The Eaton fire near Altadena saw 317 faults before it started, and the Hearst fire had 230. Typically, they say only a few faults occur on any given day. Obviously, the winds. So as we know, some of these may have been set intentionally. We had the individual with the blowtorch out there that was detained by residents out there. In regards to the Kenneth fire, which is now fully under control, but sparks from these faults can ignite vegetation. Of course, the high winds can then spread rapidly. So far, officials have not announced the official cause for the fires. This new data could be an indication and serve, obviously, as clues by investigators. Importantly, what we cannot say is whether one of those faults actually caused the fire. We do not know that. What we do know is our data is there were increasing faults in the grid in the area where those fires ignited.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. At least 16 people are dead and many others are missing as fires continue to tear through California. The state's governor said on Sunday the fires are likely to be the worst natural disaster in U.S. history in terms of the costs associated with them. Red flag warnings, which mark critical fire weather conditions, have been issued through Wednesday for portions of Los Angeles. Newsom says he will be deploying another 1,000 members of California's National Guard. That brings a total to 2,500. Other nations have committed to sending their own fighters to help battle the blazes, including Canada and Ukraine. Around 105,000 people remain under mandatory evacuation orders, and more than 8 million people are in a fire risk zone. Dozens of people are facing a variety of charges related to the fires. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says they've encountered several people taking advantage of the chaos to burglarize homes. Officials are warning residents not to begin returning home until it's safe to do so. Here's Kristen Crowley, the chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures. The first responders are working as quickly as possible to ensure that it is safe for you to return into your communities. Canine search teams have been deployed to assist with our recovery efforts.
Meanwhile, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump slammed the response on Sunday, calling California officials, quote, incompetent. Donald Trump took to social media, writing that the incompetent politicians have no idea how to put them out. He called on the governor to resign. Newsom, however, had reached out to Donald Trump on Friday, inviting him to come and see the damage firsthand and meet first responders. Newsom told media on Sunday he hadn't yet received a response. He's also condemned misinformation being spread by the president-elect. That included allegations he'd refused to sign necessary water declarations and he'd redirected water to save fish rather than Californian residents. And Ukraine's president says he will hand over captured soldiers from North Korea in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Ukraine said on Saturday it had captured 2 prisoners of war who were injured. Volodymyr Zelensky said they were captured on January 9th, and this was not an easy task. Zelensky said they were being treated with medical care. And an explosion in Yemen has killed 50. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. A couple of industry headlines here this early Monday. Oil prices this morning, they say, hit the highest level in more than 3 months at Monday's open, obviously overseas, extending their rally on expectations that wider U.S. sanctions will affect Russian crude supplies to the world's top and third largest importers, China and India. Brent crude futures up $1.35 or $1.69% to $88.11 per barrel. Hit at an intraday high of $81.44. West Texas Intermediate up $1.40 to $77.97 a barrel. Highest price since October the 8th. U.S. Treasury announced on Friday that they've imposed sanctions on Russian oil producers, several names, as well as 183 vessels that have shipped Russian oil, kind of targeting the revenue that Moscow has used to fund its war with Ukraine. Russian oil exports will be hurt severely by the new sanctions, pushing top buyers, China and India, to source more oil from the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas, which will boost prices and shipping costs, according to traders and analysts. This last round of sanctions targeting Russian oil companies and a very large number of tankers will be consequential in particular for India. according to one researcher. And with that in mind, somewhere in the mix, they're saying Vladimir Putin wants to hold talks with Donald Trump. Yeah, here's the word over the weekend. Russia welcomes the stated willingness of President-elect Trump to resolve problems through dialogue, according to a Kremlin spokesperson on Friday, reaffirming Russian President Vladimir Putin's readiness for talks with Trump. There may be progress on setting up a meeting between Trump and Putin after Trump is sworn in January 20th. Last week, Trump said a meeting was being set up between he and Putin. He did not offer a timeline, though. Trump said repeatedly during his election campaign that he could end the Russian-Ukraine war within 24 hours, but he and advisors have suggested more recently it could be resolved within months of him taking office rather than hours. His impending return to the White House, though, has sparked hope of a diplomatic resolution, but it has also led to fears in Kyiv that a quick peace deal could come at a high price for Ukraine. Now, the spokesperson for Putin said Putin has repeatedly stated his willingness to hold talks with international leaders, including Trump. No conditions are required for this, only a mutual desire and a political will to conduct a dialogue and resolve existing problems through dialogue is required. We see that Mr. Trump also declares his readiness to resolve problems through dialogue. So there were no specific plans for a meeting yet, but that Russia was working on the assumption that both sides are open. Apparently, after Mr. Trump enters the Oval Office, there will be some movement. Thursday last week, Trump said Putin wants to meet. He said that even publicly, and we have to get that war over with. That is a bloody mess. I guess the problem they're saying is advisors to Trump have floated proposals to end the war that would effectively, though, cede large parts of the country to Russia for the foreseeable future. That's something Zelensky wants nothing to do with, giving up territory there in Ukraine. Plowboy joins us on a Monday. What's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, you're talking about that. Case of Miller Lite comes to you if we're not down at $56 a barrel come next week. I think that's where we're going to be heading with that oil. Because, just as soon as he takes the oath, trucks are going to be flying to Texas, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, you name any other state we can pump oil, we're going to be going there. Think I'm wrong?
Something about 100 executive orders on maybe day one when Trump takes office. And, a lot of that's going to be in regards to oil.
I'm seeing something. I'm thinking about short selling. I'm just seeing short sales on this 88. What you say? $88 a barrel right now, Brent?
I think 81. Did I say 88? I think it was
81. Okay,
81, 88.
Okay, that might have been where I got hung up at. But no, I think we're going to see gasoline 50 cents a gallon cheaper by the end of the next week.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know how it was when Dum Dum took the oath, everything doubled. All that, I'm sorry, we weren't to count that as inflation. No, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that. But anyway, that's the way I count it, though. Because it sure took the money out of our checkbooks and our wallets pretty damn fast. But
yeah.
Being you got a leftist country to the north of us, since we're talking about this, Steve, sometime when you got a moment, go to OGI.com, Oil and Gas Journal out of Canada. It's a free publication. Baker Hughes just triple-digited more oil gas rigs online last week. I think they went from 122 online to 216 online over 1 week. I'm sitting here scratching my head thinking, is that because of Justin Dum Trudeau backing away from the office up there? Maybe Canada's going to be more in line to we can get that XL and Keystone pipelines pumping. I think we're going to have a win-win-win situation. Remember President Trump, did he not say we were going to get so damn tired of winning? Nah, not me. Not ever. Because I heard a guy I have really condemned ever since he won the office of being senator out of Pennsylvania. But you know, Fetterman's all of a sudden come to me looking more like it's going to be the, what would you call him, the Joe Manchin independent type of a person. Did you see why he was going to go to Mar-a-Lago to sit with President Trump for a little while? And without Joe Manchin as a independent thinking, right-centered type of a person, I don't know. Fetterman's looking to be more like what he was. But, did you catch? I know you have. Oh, by the way, I do have a question for you. How's Amanda doing? Is she out of the arm's reach of this fires out there? Or you heard?
Pappy hasn't really given me an update. I'm assuming, everything was running the status quo. The last update Friday morning was, she's continuing to work, respiratory therapist, very, very busy with people coming in with smoke issues.
Okay, well, I was going to put money on the line and send her a plane ticket to get her tail out there. And by the way, what the hell is she doing in the leftist state anyway? Saying about that leftist state, our old friend Maxine Waters, they were playing a clip of her on Fox earlier today. I damn near just punched the damn TV. She said, for all this fires that's going on over here, we need to go after the 1%ers and make them pay their fair share in taxes. I mean, she was literally screaming her head off the Cuomo, Steve. I mean, she was, I literally had to mute the damn TV. It was that damn bad.
Wow.
But I got a question. Was she not in that Beltway bunch that was authorizing all this money to go to Ukraine, authorizing all this money for all these people coming across our southern border? Could that not been used? If we had it still in the bank, it could have went for better uses. And I mean, it's just, I thought she went away. I hadn't seen that darn thing in the longest time, but old Maxine was out flapping them gums again. And my gracious, Steve. But Steve, I do have a question. Are we going to have the same story that you? Oh, Steve, you made me mad the other day.
Uh-oh.
Not you, but what you were saying about North Carolina. Is North Carolina going to set precedent nationwide whenever we come to a case of massive destruction, that the poor people that are in the way of a hurricane, in the way of a fire, a tornado, are we going to be paying our property tax pre-storm?
Right.
Oh, I was saying some dreadful damn cuss words when you read that story, Steve. I mean, like, what in the world are these people thinking, Steve? But 3 years is the truth on that one that you were told, so. But I don't know. It just can't wait, what? 168 hours?
Count down the hours now, okay.
Yeah. 180 hours. We got 12 hours till 180 hours, yeah. So we're home free, brother. Home free at last. All right, Steve. I'll get off here.
Have a good morning there, Plowboys.
Thanks.
Speaking of the residents in North Carolina, kind of to add insult to injury, right on the heels of talking about trying to tell these people whose homes have been destroyed. There's nothing there. You still got to pay your property tax. Update from late last week. Residents of Western North Carolina confused about the FEMA role in helping locals with disaster recovery after Helene. Locals are especially confused as FEMA plans to end temporary housing assistance for about 2,000 North Carolina residents. Now, this was going to be over the weekend, Saturday, during a snowstorm, when temperatures across the Appalachian Mountain region were expected to be below 20 degrees. The housing program was initially supposed to end Friday. FEMA pushed the deadline back to Saturday. One volunteer, founder of volunteer group Operation Boots on the Ground, said, I'm actually talking to several people that are losing their FEMA vouchers in Western North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee. They're terrified that they're going to have to know where to stay for their families after today. We did find out last night, pretty late, that FEMA is extending it a whole whopping 24 hours. Now, FEMA told Fox News Digital that their Transitional Sheltering Assistance Program is providing hotel rooms to thousands of Hurricane Helene survivors. On January 3rd, FEMA began notifying some families checked into hotel or motel rooms that they're no longer eligible for the program due to one of the following reasons. Being an inspection indicated their home is now habitable. They declined an inspection, or FEMA has been unable to contact them to update their housing needs. About 3,600 households will remain eligible to continue staying in hotel or motel rooms sponsored by FEMA past Saturday, up from the 2,100 eligible households reported by the local news outlet WLOS Thursday. About 2,000 households will still be expected to move out of their hotel rooms Saturday. Continued eligibility is determined on a case-by-case basis. When eligibility ends, FEMA notifies survivors approximately 7 days prior to their checkout date. The agency is also closing disaster recovery centers in the area. Well, that was until today, till Monday, due to the winter weather. Biden and Mayorkas bankrupted FEMA to pay for illegal immigrant housing, and now American citizens who've lost their homes to Helene are essentially being told to screw. According to Trump's spokeswoman and incoming White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt, this is unfair and arguably criminal. The good news is President Trump will be back very soon to put Americans first again. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein and state emergency agency officials continued to urge FEMA to grant an additional extension so Western North Carolinians have a safe and warm shelter to ride out the storm. FEMA said they've provided shelter to 13,000 families displaced by Helene since late September. There are currently 5,600 households checked into hotels, according to the agency. Let's see. We got this notification on our phone, I think it was yesterday, which was the severe weather notification, according to one resident. We were told to expect power outages and possibly water outages. I am not thrilled about that. In the cold, no doubt. All right, we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, back on a Monday. Greatest day of the week, says who? Gotta flip it back over. Just one delay after another. Let's see. They say there is still some optimism from the team at Cape Canaveral that there will be a launch this morning. Just told us on the live stream that they understand the weather continues to stay in pound with the sea in good condition too. But for the moment, we've decided to put more time on the clock, which means we still have the opportunity. So you're telling me there's a chance. That is the upbeat response on the broadcast. Yeah, they say the fact that the launch has not been called off, just delayed by a few minutes each time, means the experts apparently believe that there's still a chance of launching this morning. So 4 or 5 delay. I've kind of lost track. Clock bounces back to 21 minutes and some change. Well, hello to Brain Dead. Manic Monday. What's going on?
I'm just winding my day down, Steve. But how was your weekend?
Man, that was fast. Quit just a lickety split.
I know it's a lot. It's a lot shorter when you actually got to work a 5-day work week, right? Not a 3-day work.
That's the reality.
Yeah, we had a good weekend. You know, we got snowed out Friday. I love our warehouse. They call us at 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. to come to work, right? They give us a choice of runs. They didn't call me at 8 o'clock. I said, fine. You know what? I think we're not going to go to work today. 3 o'clock. Oh, no phone call. Cool. Warehouse is closed down. I'm gonna just take it easy. HR calls me at 6:30 and says, "We're just letting you know the warehouse is closed."
No.
I already figured that out. You know, I mean, you ain't got to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Like the idiots that's over there trying to launch that rocket up there. But no, it was nice to get out Saturday. I didn't have to listen to Dingbat yell "Go Gators" at the basketball game. So, anyway, real quick, like before I get to our NASCAR stuff, you were talking about that whole Hurricane Helene thing. They're having a hard time rebuilding over there. And I know for a fact California is going to be getting all the help they can get for the fires. That governor over there, he made the comment that this is the worst disaster ever.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he's been living under a bridge. Hurricane Katrina, by far, was the worst natural disaster ever. Helene has got to be second along with that Maui fire. Right now, we don't even know how bad that fire is going to be out in L.A. until everything is said and done. I mean, he honestly just needs to just shut up and go away. But there's something they're not telling you about Helene and what's going on over in North Carolina. A lot of these people are having a hard time rebuilding because the insurance companies say, well, I'm sorry, we can't honor your claim because we can't go out and visually inspect your house for damage. Well, I can't say those words. No, I can't say those words either. No crap. The house was washed away. I mean, you got a slab here with some sticks sticking up on it, and what the hell do you think was there?
Right.
Definitely wasn't a teepee. And I mean, this is part of the problem, and it's going to be the ongoing problem. And FEMA kicking those people out. This is the dead of winter. Where are they supposed to go?
Right. I guess you pop up a tent, right, out in the parking lot. Hey, we got to pause. News break as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. 24 people are now confirmed dead and 16 still missing in the wildfires in California. The natural disaster, one of the worst in U.S. history, has destroyed thousands of homes and forced over 100,000 people to evacuate. But fierce winds are expected to pick up around Los Angeles again this week as rescue teams are racing to control 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. Tony Waterman has more.
Officials on Sunday asked for Palisades residents to be patient, saying conditions inside the neighborhood remain dangerous. Active fires still burn. Structures are unstable. There's no power or water, and gas pipes are broken.
The people I've been speaking with say they will come back here day after day, earlier and earlier if they need to be able to get in to see what is left of their homes. And as they are waiting here, they're going to be waiting under the plume of the Palisades fire, the very blaze that destroyed their homes.
An unrelenting aerial assault has helped the thousands of firefighters on the ground make progress in containing the blazes. But a return of powerful winds on Sunday into the rest of the week could ground those aircraft and fuel the raging inferno, threatening to unravel firefighting efforts and to spread the blaze into new areas. Mexico and Canada have sent firefighters to help battle the blazes. Hundreds of California prison inmates are also working the front lines.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian soldiers being held in Russia. Ukraine says the men were captured earlier this month. Rebecca Bunton has more from Tokyo.
Zelensky's office has said that Russia is trying to hide the fact that soldiers from North Korea are fighting in the war by giving them false documents. Ukraine's president has said he is willing to hand over 2 captured soldiers from North Korea who are in Kyiv and injured in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Zelensky last week said that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. Rebecca Bunton, Tokyo.
Japan, the Philippines and the US have vowed to further strengthen their ties under a trilateral agreement. Manila says it comes amid growing tensions with Beijing in regional waters. Laura Westbrook has more.
In the phone call between US President Joe Biden, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, the 3 leaders agreed to enhance and deepen economic, maritime and technology cooperation. Marcos's office said Biden also raised the issue of the South China Sea and commended the Philippine leader for his response to what Marcos says is China's aggressive activities there. The call followed a first-of-its-kind summit meeting between the 3 leaders last April in Washington. And this is the last such call with President Biden, who reportedly said that he was optimistic that his successor Donald Trump would see the value of continuing the partnership. Donald Trump will assume the office of president next Monday. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
The bagpipe industry is hitting back at a new survey that suggests time may be up for the historic Scottish instrument. New figures show that in 2024, bagpipes were among the bottom 5 instruments purchased, with sales so low they should now be considered critically endangered.
It's just not true. It's been badly researched and it's misinformed.
Finlay MacDonald is the director of the National Piping Centre in Glasgow.
Piping is more popular now than it's ever been. The stats on the particular story we're talking about were taken from an online website which don't sell bagpipes. I've spoken to 3 of the biggest bagpipe producers in Scotland, and they've sold more pipes this year than they have in any other year. Likewise, we have at the National Piping Centre. There are huge piping scenes in Canada, in America, New Zealand, Australia.
The main news again. The death toll from the California fires climbs to 24. Fierce winds expected to pick up again as rescue teams race to contain 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. North Korean troop fatalities and injuries exceed 3,000 in Ukraine, Seoul claims, even as Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian troops held in Russia. The world's largest religious gathering this year kicks off in India with millions taking a cleansing dip in the Ganges. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It is a brand new day. That would be a Monday. Welcome in for our friends on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour. All right, some industry headlines coming away this hour. First, though, let me get back to Brain Dead. Welcome back.
Thanks, Steve. But, yeah, I mean, it's sad that FEMA's more worried about the illegals than our own people. I mean, these people have literally lost everything. And I don't mean just food, I mean, the house, the clothes, family heirlooms, but their jobs, too. I mean, what's to say these people that had jobs are not going to come back? I mean, it's honestly sad. But, too, Steve, you remember Katrina, the amusement park that was down there in New Orleans. Remember how damaged it got during Katrina?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I remember well.
They have finally got, they're finally going to tear it down and put up some sort of, I think it was some sort of mixed housing project. You might be able to research that and find that a little bit better than I can. I remember this has been several months. I think it's been before Christmas when they announced that, and that's been sitting there over 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at what happened with North Carolina. Those people it's going to take at least that long to even remotely get close to getting things rebuilt. I mean, with Katrina, you didn't have as bad as hit on the infrastructure. With the California wildfires and the Maui wildfires, you don't have the damage to the infrastructure like what happened with Helene. And they really if you step back and look at it, from when the storm hit to now, they have made a lot of progress out there. A lot of progress. But anyway, let's get to some NASCAR stuff, Steve. A rumor is floating around that McDonald's is pulling out of NASCAR sponsoring the Chicago Street Race. This is going to be the last year pulling out. Now, there is no clear, what am I going to say, clear as whether or not they're going to still sponsor 2311 and Bubba Wallace, but who knows? Let's see here. Ross Chastain and Shane Van Gissenberg will share duties for JR Motorsports this year in the Xfinity Series. They're going to run 9 races. Speaking of sponsors, Amazon Prime will sponsor Chase Elliott for 3 races. Now, that'll be the Spring Talladega race, the Spring Kansas race, and the All-Star race, which Amazon will take over at the Coke 600 for 5 races as well. Let's see. Corey Day, he is a young and up-and-comer. This kid is going to be something to watch. He currently runs in Sprint Car Series. Now, he signed a deal with Hendrick Motorsports where this year he's going to run 30 races over all 4 series. That's Cup, Busch, or Xfinity, the Truck Series, and ARCA. They saying he's really good and he's going to be the one to watch. Now, let's see. Oh, they did announce some rules changes for this year, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Are you ready for this? So, now they've updated the damaged vehicle policy. Now, if you drive it to the garage or towed, you'll be able to make your repairs and get back out on the track. However, if you try to make these repairs on the pit road, you have 7 minutes before you have to go back to the garage. Now, if say you at 7 minutes you leave the pit box after making your repairs, you will get a penalty issued. But vehicles with damaged and flat tires will be towed to the garage. A couple of interesting ones that I saw. The OEMs now, remember what happened in Martinsville? They're calling this the Martinsville rule. Remember all the manipulation by the OEMs? Well, now they'll be penalized if they're caught manipulating a race, which they will lose which will result in a loss of points, wind tunnel, or testing time. Now, this one I really agree with and I really like, and Steve, I want your opinion on it. They're calling this one the Kyle Larson rule. Now, remember, Kyle Larson went and did the 500 and didn't quite make it for the 600 and got rained out.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can get a waiver if you have a medical reason. Now, for example, like somebody has a kid, Chase Elliott broke his leg, something like that. You can be able to keep all your points and everything like that. But however, if you do something what Kyle Larson did, you forfeit all of your current points, all of the future points, and you will start the playoffs at 2,000 points, provided you have won a race and qualify for the playoffs. What is your thought, Steve?
Now, I think they made it pretty clear last year after he tried the double dip thing, Indy, and didn't they say in the future, if we do this again, the priority is going to be NASCAR. If you have to leave the Indy 500 early, that would be the case. So be it. So they're going to make sure they're there for the NASCAR start no matter what.
Right. Now, this I've got one other story that I'm going to tie into this. And this is what I think is going to be pretty cool because they're pretty good because they're going to start drawing people in. Now, they have what they call an open provisional or promoter provisional. Now, it's like this. Say Dale Jr. wants to go to Darlington, right, and run the Southern 500. He's automatically in the race because of the provisional. Now, they have to apply for the provisional 90 days in advance. Now, if the driver, quote unquote, does win the race, they are not eligible for the playoffs, any points, or prize money. However, all of the stage points goes to the driver behind them. So, say Dale Jr. wins the race, Chase Elliott is second. Chase Elliott gets all of the stage points. Now, I'm going to run a name by you and tell me if you know who I'm talking about. Does the name Helio Castroneves ring a bell?
Of course.
The 4-time Indy 500 winner and the 3-time Rolex 500 champ will race in the 500 for Project 91 at Trackhouse Racing. And that's the other thing, too. They can take the cars from 40 cars to 41, 42, how many ever cars they want to go. They're not constricted to that 40 cars. But they went ahead and got this provisional before the 90-day mark. So, and real quickly, Steve, I know you're coming up on the break time. Friday, they held another hearing for the charter lawsuit, and I know you're banging your head against that, so please bear with me. The judge, from what I'm gathering, the judge is on the team side here. The judge, NASCAR went and asked for the trial to be dismissed. The judge said no. They also asked that Jim France be excluded from the lawsuit, and NASCAR also said that their argument shows that no laws were broken, and the market for racing, and there is a market for racing. That now that there's an increased revenue in increase in the TV revenues, as they have 13 of 15 teams signed to the charter. So we're having movement. Now, the other thing, too, is the judge has told both sides they must be ready for trial December the 1st. So that means all their discovery has to come together and be ready to go for trial December the 1st. So, Steve, we're making headway. We're getting there. It's just going to be a little bit longer. And speaking of headway, I got somebody calling me in the back. So, Steve, you have a good morning.
All right, rolling into a Monday, the greatest day of the week. All right. With at least 24 dead, 12,000 plus structures burned. Yeah, the fires continue to rage. Yeah, tens of thousands of residents running for their lives. Now, in addition to the 24 fatalities, they do say that's up from 16 earlier in the weekend. A center where people can report the missing has been established by authorities. They say the death toll is expected to rise as teams with cadaver dogs begin to get in and search destroyed neighborhoods. Plus, there's been they say a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, as well as first responders who are on the fire lines. Officials say the true death toll will not be clear until investigators can safely get into all the neighborhoods as that toll climbs. Those who lost their homes are facing insurance nightmares, and the fire threat, of course, is still very much active. But entire neighborhoods wiped off the map. Yeah, more than 5,300 homes and other buildings destroyed by just the Palisades fire. Now the most destructive ever to hit the county. The Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, damaging or destroyed at least 7,000 homes and other buildings. The damage and economic losses, they say, in Southern California over just a few days will rival the total economic impact of the entire 2020 year Western wildfire season. At least 150,000 still under evacuation orders, 700 people staying in the various shelters. According to the emergency services there, let's see, in an online briefing, he said crews from 9 other states are helping California firefighters. We're talking an unbelievable 14,000 personnel, including newly arrived firefighters from Mexico. 1,354 fire engines on location, 84 aircraft. Of course, after the looters reportedly hit areas hit by the wildfires, a curfew now in place across Los Angeles County, the areas that are under evacuation, nightly from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m., and that'll last until county officials lift that order, barring everyone but emergency responders from public places. Extensive fire damage seen to the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. The county sheriff, Robert Luna, cautioning residents against returning to their destroyed homes to search for keepsakes. We have people driving up and around trying to just get a look. Stay away. Adhere to the curfew. Officials also warned over the weekend that the ash could actually contain harmful materials like lead, arsenic, asbestos. If you're kicking up the ashes, you're breathing it in. Yeah, weather conditions are still critical. High wind watches remain in effect for L.A. County and much of Ventura County as another strong wind event gets underway today through Wednesday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
That's my clue. There's your cue. All right, in case you missed it, the FMCSA has removed 6 additional electronic logging devices from their registered ELDs. It was last Wednesday. The agency announced that Blue Star ELD, Roadstar Solutions, United ELD, one known as Speed ELD, and 2 Track Insure ELDs have been added to the list of revoked devices. Now, they said the 2 Track Insure devices had the same model number, PT30, and ELD identifier TEO101. According to the agency, all 6 devices removed for failing to meet the minimum requirements established by the rules. The rule that requires an ELD without a printer to be designed so that the display may be reasonably viewed by an authorized safety official without entering the commercial motor vehicle. That particular violation has been a popular reason for the agency to remove devices. Last year, they removed a total of 18 ELDs for the same reason. So the same old song and dance. If you have any of those revoked ELDs, you've got now till March 9th to replace the devices with one from the list of approved units. Right now, there are 1,040 devices on the registered ELDs list. All of these are self-certified by the manufacturer as being compliant with the regulation. The agency does not endorse any of the ELDs on that registered list. All right, they added that safety officials are encouraged not to cite drivers using these ELDs until that March 9 deadline. One of the recently revoked devices, Blue Star ELD, no stranger to that process. The device was removed by the agency 3 separate times over the past 9 months, with the device being added back to the approved list the previous 2 times. This whole back and forth raises questions about, first of all, the reinstatement process when it comes to revoked ELDs. Landline questioned the FMCSA about its oversight, specifically regarding Blue Star ELD and whether a device removed on multiple occasions is more thoroughly scrutinized when the attempts are made to have it reinstated. As of Friday afternoon, they had not yet provided an answer. The lack of oversight regarding self-certification has created issues for carriers when it comes to maintaining compliance with the ELD mandate. All the way back in November of 2022, OOIDA requested that they establish a comprehensive certification process for ELDs, saying at the time it has become abundantly clear the current self-certification process has been a major disservice to the motor carriers. In addition to the self-certifying, the FMCSA also allows ELD manufacturers to self-revoke non-compliant devices. There are currently 262 ELDs on the revoked list. Of those, only 43 were added by the agency. The remaining 219 are carrying a status of self-revoked. All right, about a minute before we hit news break there, bottom of the hour coming up. Looks like official word comes in. The launch will not take place this morning. All right, the team confirming after a series of delays for unspecified issues, Blue Origin has decided to call it off for now. Yeah, when the firm says that they're trying to troubleshoot a vehicle subsystem issue, which will take us apparently beyond the launch window. The window was going to last until 4 a.m. And now I guess they'll work out a new date for liftoff. We can't wait to get right back here for the next launch attempt, according to the Launch Stream's host there. Ultimately had a total of 5 delays, if you were counting this morning. But sooner rather than later, a definitive call had to be made this morning. All right, so somewhere down the line, we'll make another attempt. We'll let you know when that time frame opens up. Meanwhile, we'll get a news break at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. At least 16 people are dead and many others are missing as fires continue to tear through California. The state's governor said on Sunday the fires are likely to be the worst natural disaster in U.S. history in terms of the costs associated with them. Red flag warnings, which mark critical fire weather conditions, have been issued through Wednesday for portions of Los Angeles. Newsom says he will be deploying another 1,000 members of California's National Guard. That brings a total to 2,500. Other nations have committed to sending their own fighters to help battle the blazes, including Canada and Ukraine. Around 105,000 people remain under mandatory evacuation orders, and more than 8 million people are in a fire risk zone. Dozens of people are facing a variety of charges related to the fires. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says they've encountered several people taking advantage of the chaos to burglarize homes. Officials are warning residents not to begin returning home until it's safe to do so. Here's Kristen Crowley, the chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures. The first responders are working as quickly as possible to ensure that it is safe for you to return into your communities. Canine search teams have been deployed to assist with our recovery efforts.
Meanwhile, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump slammed the response on Sunday, calling California officials, quote, incompetent. Donald Trump took to social media, writing, that the incompetent politicians have no idea how to put them out. He called on the governor to resign. Newsom, however, had reached out to Donald Trump on Friday, inviting him to come and see the damage firsthand and meet first responders. Newsom told media on Sunday he hadn't yet received a response. He's also condemned misinformation being spread by the president-elect. That included allegations he'd refused to sign necessary water declarations and he'd redirected water to save fish rather than Californian residents. And Ukraine's president says he will hand over captured soldiers from North Korea in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Ukraine said on Saturday it had captured 2 prisoners of war who were injured. Volodymyr Zelensky said they were captured on January 9th, and this was not an easy task. Zelensky said they were being treated with medical care. And an explosion in Yemen has killed 50. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back to the calls here on a Monday. See what Knuckle Buster has going on this time around. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, we're back in the great state of Texas again, Mr. Steve Summers. Thanks for taking me back a second time there. They ain't got but one chance to get that launch right. That rocket fuel is highly volatile, and we have liftoff, and kaboom is not an option, right?
That is not a good thing.
Absolutely. To them tech packs, if I start off deleting them there, I'm Scottish, so that fit right in my living room there, wouldn't it? I imagine Tennessee tell me to put them up. Well, is it Florida or Texas? I mean, Texas, Florida. I don't know. He got me confused there, right?
Yeah.
And hey, I love them lesbians. The only problem is they just don't love men, see? So, well, I want to know what Trump told Obama that got Obama laughing so hard. Has anybody ever figured that out yet?
I don't know. Someone suggested maybe he mentioned the fact that, he's a convicted felon and he's still going to be back in the White House.
Yeah, well, it could be that I'm fixing to bend Doofus Magoo over and cram it up as the exhaust pipe, right? Well, I noticed that Marco in there either. Oh, excuse me, I meant Michelle. So there's another conspiracy theory there going on there. Man, you've had a great show going on. Enjoyed it. I've been laughing my butt off at some of this stuff. So anyway, for Waco, and then I'm speaking of them Russians. I'm gonna go down there to south side of Austin and pick me up a load of that Russian vodka, Steve. It's got a whole rack full of people in there, but the only one that speaks English is the guy in the office, and the rest of them don't speak anything but Russian to you. So I'm assuming it's Russian because it's Russian vodka, and they ain't speaking Hispanic there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, well, we'll keep listening in, and if I have to, I'll call in that lonely hour, so you go to sleep.
Sound like a plan there. Knucklebuster, have a great Monday. What's going on, Pappy?
Loneliest hour is only
25 minutes away. Yep.
What's going on, man? Voice is going out on me, Steve, so bear with me. Hey, I appreciate asking about the daughter, Amanda. Still status quo. Not been ordered to evacuate. She still wants to go to work and help out. But yeah, I was like, man, this can't be good on their lungs there, man. They're a little worried about her breathing in all this smoke too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But Steve, I mean, geez, old Pete, man. Did you see? I don't know if you talked about it. It's the beginning of the new year, right? So guess what? Guess what we got to do out here? Training videos.
Oh, boy.
They didn't waste no daggone time, Steve. So anyway, I was watching a few of them. I'm sure you talked about it. But so Biden has a little powwow with Newsom there. And, hey, how many billions of dollars are they going to give California? And here's the point, Steve. They should, right? But when it came to North Carolina, Steve, Biden was missing in action, man. He was MIA. No soup for you, but California gets hit, it's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
We're going to rebuild this place bigger, better than ever. Total two different outcomes. And why is that? Enough to really piss you off, man. Because North Carolina and the victims from them, they should have got the same treatment that California's getting. And I'm not saying, don't take what I'm saying wrong. California should get the support, Steve. Which brings up another thing, Steve. I mean, come on, man. After you see all this stuff coming out, where you even had Biden when he's on the call with Newsom, all this talk about no water, it's kind of disinformation, you know, and come to find out, well, I just sent you a letter that Gavin Newsom put out wanting a full investigation on why there's no water. He put that out 6 hours after he had that little powwow with the big guy.
Yeah.
When they were trying to downplay this whole no water thing. Steve, here again, man, it's like the Trump assassination. Remember how I said you create the condition in the environment for something to possibly happen, and you sit back and hope it happens. It's like they created this environment and these conditions knowing that all we need is one good fire and some winds, man, and this place is going to burn to the ground. It's like they didn't care or what? Unbelievable, man. Why didn't they shut the power down, Steve?
That's a question
Remember
being
when,
asked. Yes, that's. They knew they were going to have
Hawaii.
Yep,
You know.
Yep.
You know, them pumping stations, oh, we need to keep the pump. Okay, and pumping stations got generators, and if they don't, why don't they? Talk about mismanagement. Steve, did you see this? Did we already talk about this video of this assistant chief? The assistant chief here I'm talking about. Put out a video saying, yep, if you're in a fire or you're having a medical emergency, you want somebody that looks like you to respond to make you feel more comfortable. Did you see that?
I didn't catch that one, no.
I'll try to dig it up, man, and send it to you. That's it. Literally, this is like a commercial. They're trying to convince people why they need DEI hires, right, for all these firefighters. And he literally said that, you know, if your house is burning down, you want somebody that looks like you to rescue you, to make you feel more comfortable. Steve, let me tell you something, man. If my house catches on fire and I'm passed out full of smoke inhalation, I don't care what you are, where you come from, if you're transgender, gay, dude, as long as you can pick my little butt up and carry me down a couple flights of steps to get me out of that burning building, that's the only thing anybody cares about. They don't give a crap if you're white or black or Asian or gay or transgender. Mm-hmm. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
And then he goes on to say, and if you're stupid enough to get caught in a house fire where you can't get out, I'm like, what is this? This is the fire chief, the assistant fire chief. You need to look it up. See if you can Google it and bring it up so I don't have to dig it up, because I'm going to be driving home to the driveway and I'm off the next 2 days. But once I get home, if you don't find it, I'll try to get on there. Bongino played it.
Okay.
Unbelievable, man. Just like I said the other night, Steve, these whacked out leftists, they are not stopping, man. They are digging their hole just deeper and deeper and deeper because they just don't care, man. They are whacked out. All right, brother, I'll get off of here. Appreciate you taking the call.
A couple days to fight whatever he's coming down with. Some sort of something. All right, get well soon there. 17 before the hour. Let me jump over to President-elect Donald Trump. They tell us is preparing more than 100 executive orders, starting with day one, in what amounts to a shock and awe campaign on border security, deportations, and a rush of other policy priorities. Trump told Republican senators about the onslaught during a private meeting on Capitol Hill. Now, many of these are expected to launch on Inauguration Day, January 20, when he takes office. Top advisor Stephen Miller outlined for the Republican senators the border security and immigration enforcement measures that are likely to launch the soonest. There will be a substantial number, said Senator John Hoeven. Allies of the president-elect have been preparing a stack of executive orders that Trump could sign quickly on a wide range of topics, from the U.S.-Mexico border clampdown to energy development to federal Schedule F workforce rules, school gender policies, vaccine mandates, among other day one promises made during the campaign. Obviously, while executive actions are common on the first day of a new White House as a new president puts a stamp on certain priorities, with Trump, what Trump and his team are planning is something unseen in modern times as he prepares to wield power in untested ways Yes, some could be significant, others could be more symbolic of the new president's direction. Senators, briefed by Trump and his team during a lengthy session at the Capitol last week, are expecting the new administration to roll back many of the Biden administration executive orders while pushing his own proposals in place, finishing the U.S.-Mexico border wall, setting up immigration detention facilities where migrants could be housed until they're expelled, all part of the mix. Some $100 billion in proposals, senators said, that the incoming administration and the Republican Congress are working to fund as part of their big budget reconciliation legislation. Now, they expect Trump to revert back to many of the same U.S.-Mexico border measures in place during that first term, including those that require migrants to apply in other countries or remain in Mexico rather than enter the U.S. while their claims are being processed. Massive enforcement actions to deport those currently in the U.S. without legal authority. Senator James Langford, who led negotiations on border security during the last Congress, said he expects the Trump team to focus initially on an estimated 1 million migrants who he said most recently entered the U.S., have been convicted of crimes, or who courts have otherwise determined are not eligible to stay in the U.S. That is the low-hanging fruit. Now, people that recently crossed, people that were legally present and committed other crimes, people that the court has ordered removed, and that's well over 1 million people. We're going to start working through that process. Okay, so, yeah, we're going to be busy time next Monday, wielding the pen, right? It's 844-844-3388.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Yeah, one of the little issues that made headlines last week was Trump's little threat of renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Yeah, a rather silly counter to that proposed name change. Actually gaining traction on the internet thanks to the cult following of one gas station that's clearly anti-trucker. In the wake of Trump's idea to change the name, Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, several politicians actually posted their own ideas. Yeah, the one that caught our attention at CDL Live was a post from the Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw, who suggested the notoriously anti-trucker gas station be the namesake of the body of water by a post featuring the Buc-ee's logo on the map with the name Gulf of Buc-ee's. Of course, Buc-ee's notoriously bans any and all truck drivers from their facilities, even if their rigs are parked elsewhere. With that in mind, we're not sure we can get behind the Buc-ee's name change, even if their bathrooms are spotless and their snack selection is unparalleled. Eagle, back on board. You wanted to chime in on some of the immigration stuff this Monday morning. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, you said some of the things I was going to talk about with the immigration before you put me on. Okay, Steve, before I get to the TikTok situation, the TikTok ban, I want to speak on that. We'll start with the immigration. Last week, Donald Trump, his people, ICE, whatever you want to call them, they've already started sweeps in certain states in the United States. I'm going to give you an example. In Bakersfield, California, I've been there before about 7 or 8 years ago when I used to go to California, which I no longer do. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. But Bakersfield is predominantly Hispanic people that live there, that work. There's a lot of fields there where a lot of produce comes in there from that area. So a lot of the people that live and work there are unfortunately illegal. Okay, so Donald Trump sent his people in, ICE, over the last week. There's a neighborhood, there's a gas station that a lot of these individuals used to go to in the Bakersfield area. The lady who runs the thing, he says that in the morning it would be full of people that would be buying food and other things, migrants. And they said that, lady said that when one day when the people were inside the store, when they walked out of the store, the ICE agents were waiting for them, and they arrested all these individuals and loaded them up in a van and drove off. And now she's saying that the town is like a ghost town. It's like a ghost town. A lot of people are no longer there that used to be there. They've been deported out of town. So Donald Trump is already starting, even though he's not in the White House, he's already got people on the move around the country or checkpoints. So like they starting in California. And like I said, that Holman guy said that he was going to go to Chicago and start some sweeps because apparently the governor or the mayor or somebody in Chicago said that he wasn't going to cooperate with Holman and his operation. So he said he was going to hit Chicago with some ICE agents. So this thing is the real deal. And you know what gets me, Steve, is that they had people out in the street in Bakersfield actually protesting, saying that what Trump and these guys are doing is wrong. They failed to realize that these people are in the U.S. illegally. They're saying, what have these people done wrong? Well, what they've done wrong is cross into the U.S. illegally. And they got to come in the right way. As simple as that. They got to do it the right way. There's other people who have done it the right way, and they need to do that. And then they're more than welcome to be in the U.S. I have no problem with a man trying to better his life for him and his family. But you got to come in the right way, Steve. Because, see, reason why I say that is because if you try to go to another country, see if they will let you bogart your way in. Mm-hmm. Go over to Russia, or go over to some of these other countries. Go to Canada and see if they'll let you bogart your way into Canada, force your way in illegally. I bet you won't. Try it and see what happens, and you'll get some bad results. So that's why I say that if they're not going to let us do it, Steve, then we shouldn't let other people come into our country illegally because we can't do it. Unfortunately, the rules have got to be done. Trump is doing what he said he was going to do. That's what he ran on. And I told you down in Texas, Steve, I've been noticing a lot of construction. I've told you this a couple of times. A lot of construction sites are empty. I drove by one when I left Texas a couple of days ago. They building some apartments, and a couple of weeks ago, there would be men all over that apartment complex. When I drove by there a couple of days ago, and it was like 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, with nobody there. The parking lot was completely empty, and those apartments are still under construction, but a lot of the individuals that were working there were illegals, and a lot of them guys have been put out of business. So just letting people know that the sweeps have already started in America, and it's only going to continue on January the 24th.
No doubt about it. Hey, we got to get a news break there.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. 24 people are now confirmed dead and 16 still missing in the wildfires in California. The natural disaster, one of the worst in U.S. history, has destroyed thousands of homes and forced over 100,000 people to evacuate. But fierce winds are expected to pick up around Los Angeles again this week as rescue teams are racing to control 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. Tony Waterman has more.
Officials on Sunday asked for Palisades residents to be patient, saying conditions inside the neighborhood remain dangerous. Active fires still burn. Structures are unstable. There's no power or water, and gas pipes are broken.
The people I've been speaking with say they will come back here day after day, earlier and earlier if they need to be able to get in to see what is left of their homes. And as they are waiting here, they're going to be waiting under the plume of the Palisades fire, the very blaze that destroyed their homes.
An unrelenting aerial assault has helped the thousands of firefighters on the ground make progress in containing the blazes. But a return of powerful winds on Sunday into the rest of the week could ground those aircraft and fuel the raging inferno, threatening to unravel firefighting efforts and to spread the blaze into new areas. Mexico and Canada have sent firefighters to help battle the blazes. Hundreds of California prison inmates are also working the front lines.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian soldiers being held in Russia. Ukraine says the men were captured earlier this month. Rebecca Bunton has more from Tokyo.
Zelensky's office has said that Russia is trying to hide the fact that soldiers from North Korea are fighting in the war by giving them false documents. Ukraine's president has said he is willing to hand over 2 captured soldiers from North Korea who are in Kyiv and injured in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Zelensky last week said that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. Rebecca Bunton, Tokyo.
Japan, the Philippines and the US have vowed to further strengthen their ties under a trilateral agreement. Manila says it comes amid growing tensions with Beijing in regional waters. Laura Westbrook has more.
In the phone call between US President Joe Biden, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, the 3 leaders agreed to enhance and deepen economic, maritime and technology cooperation. Marcos's office said Biden also raised the issue of the South China Sea and commended the Philippine leader for his response to what Marcos says is China's aggressive activities there. The call followed a first-of-its-kind summit meeting between the 3 leaders last April in Washington. And this is the last such call with President Biden, who reportedly said that he was optimistic that his successor Donald Trump would see the value of continuing the partnership. Donald Trump will assume the office of president next Monday. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
The bagpipe industry is hitting back at a new survey that suggests time may be up for the historic Scottish instrument. New figures show that in 2024, bagpipes were among the bottom 5 instruments purchased, with sales so low they should now be considered critically endangered.
It's just not true. It's been badly researched and it's misinformed.
Finlay MacDonald is the director of the National Piping Centre in Glasgow.
Piping is more popular now than it's ever been. The stats on the particular story we're talking about were taken from an online website which don't sell bagpipes. I've spoken to 3 of the biggest bagpipe producers in Scotland, and they've sold more pipes this year than they have in any other year. Likewise, we have at the National Piping Centre. There are huge piping scenes in Canada, in America, New Zealand, Australia.
The main news again. The death toll from the California fires climbs to 24. Fierce winds expected to pick up again as rescue teams race to contain 3 wildfires that are still ongoing. North Korean troop fatalities and injuries exceed 3,000 in Ukraine, Seoul claims, even as Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to release 2 captured North Korean soldiers in exchange for Ukrainian troops held in Russia. The world's largest religious gathering this year kicks off in India with millions taking a cleansing dip in the Ganges. And that is the latest Feature Story News. Neha Punya reporting.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
What do we have? Plenty of room for you. It is a Monday, greatest day of the week. 844-844-3388. All right, the unintended consequences. We've been talking about states following the likes of California with their advanced clean truck rules. Many of whom are, even before it kicked in, having a bit of buyer's remorse. We start the new year with Daimler Trucks of North America apparently has stopped selling heavy-duty diesel trucks in the state of Oregon. Concerns that doing so would violate the new law. On December 20th, Portland, Oregon headquartered DTNA issued a memo to dealerships in Oregon announcing that the truck maker would not be selling diesel trucks in the state for the foreseeable future. The memo, obtained by a local outlet, Willamette Week, states, effective immediately, DTNA is pausing all orders for new internal combustion vehicles intended for registration in Oregon. The outlet reports the decision to pause diesel truck sales in Oregon as a result of the uncertainty over the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality's Advanced Clean Trucks rule that went into effect January 1. Modeled after the similar rule in California, Oregon's version of the Advanced Clean Trucks rule requires that 7% of new Class 8 heavy trucks that manufacturer sells in Oregon this year must be electric powered. Daimler Trucks North America reportedly wasn't clear how the electric truck credits would be counted, so rather than run afoul of the rule, the truck maker has opted to pause sales until Oregon DEQ can provide clarification to avoid penalties. The Oregon DEQ, that's Department of Environmental Quality, said that they're working to clear up any confusion with Daimler Trucks North America. Meanwhile, the FMCSA is planning a webinar series to inform trucking industry stakeholders about upcoming changes to its safety measurement system. Number one, the FMCSA has scheduled an online meeting for 3 o'clock Eastern Time on this Thursday, January the 16th. Of course, the safety measurement system is used by the agency to prioritize motor carriers that require intervention. You can register online for the upcoming meeting. They are working on a redesign of the system to display the results of the new SMS methodology. The upcoming meeting plans to focus on 3 changes to the system. Those changes include reorganizing the vehicle maintenance and unsafe driving basics, which are right now called compliance categories, and simplified severity weights, with input from stakeholders, including government at all levels, industry, nonprofit, researchers, and the public. The FMCSA has identified a set of changes that build on the sound design of the SMS and improve its fairness, accuracy, and clarity. They wrote at the time. Yeah, despite supporting some of the changes, OOIDA said the FMCSA still hasn't done enough to make the program beneficial. These modifications fall short of the comprehensive overhauls needed to accurately identify at-risk carriers and reduce truck crashes. These programs will not achieve these objectives until they incentivize actual safety performance instead of compliance. The majority of the data the FMCSA collects and analyzes has no connection to crashes. As such, further relying on this data is a misguided approach that does not fix the inherent problems with the CSA and the SMS. This program dates all the way back to 2006, when they unveiled their CSA 2010 concept. The name was shortened from Compliance, Safety, and Accountability, with a 2010 launch date tacked on. The CSA name is changed, but the core premise of the program is the same. OOIDA has been critical of the data, methodology, and overall attitudes regarding enforcement practices. In reality, no theory, mathematical equation, or model can overcome poor data quality. Now, this is a prime example of garbage in, garbage out, which refers to the fact that the quality of output is determined by the quality of input. Moving forward, we believe a major overhaul of the CSA and the SMS is still required. Now, the FMCSA is expected to make a follow-up announcement early this year with the anticipated launch day for an updated SMS. All right. You can learn more about that. I'm sure they've got all the details at the Fighting for Truckers website online. All right, going back a bit earlier here on a Monday, Dirty Harry did check in indeed. Good morning, great day to be alive. It is Victory Monday for the Buffalo Bills. And once again, Schatzberg is one and done. Let's see, waiting on Big Ed to give me a call today. Notre Dame's going to beat them. Okay. I said good morning to the rest of the crew. God bless and happy Monday. He's probably snoozing by now. We did indeed hear from the Dingbat earlier this morning. The lovely Dingbat. Here it is. I can't believe it's Monday, 37 degrees, partly cloudy, at the West Memphis International Airport Hair Care Chinese Buffet and CB Repair Shop. Headed to a balmy 31 degrees for a low tonight. Well, it was great to have Brain Dead home for the snow, but I was glad he went to work yesterday so I could enjoy the Gator basketball game in peace. Just me and the Hounds. Just to note, January 11th was Human Trafficking Awareness Day. On this date in 1930, the first Mickey Mouse cartoon appeared along with Chubby Checker, released in 1962, The Twist. I bet you're dancing in your head to that song. 1978, NASA selected their first female astronaut. Oh, and before I forget, it's National Peach Melba Day and National Rubber Ducky Day. Finally, it's National Radio Broadcasting Day, but most importantly, it's National Clean Your Desk Day. Could you pass the word on to Brain Dead, please? Oh, and I also sent you an email, something really crazy on one of America's food staples being banned in North Korea. Rather interesting. Hope everybody has a blessed night and drive safely. What she was referencing was Kim Jong-un trying his best to expunge any Western influence from North Korea. That extends to food as well, including every American's favorite hot dog. Kim Jong-un has recently been on a tear banning all kinds of delicious treats, fearing that they represent values not aligned with the North Korean way of life. Well, considering that the North Korean way of life seems to include a lot of starvation, the bans seem a bit counterintuitive. But hey, why feed people when you can allegedly ban hot dogs for being too American? Hot dogs have been gaining traction in the South Korean culinary scene for some time now. The hot dog is a symbol of Westernization to him. So he has apparently decreed that serving or selling a hot dog is now classified as an act of treason. Dastardly hot dog eaters or sellers face arrest and potential hard labor service. One thing to keep in mind about this report, you got to take it with a grain of salt. It's from The Sun, which that's a tabloid that doesn't have a whole lot of credibility, but if it is true, this would not be the first food that Kim Jong-un has banned for being eaten by the enemy. There was a delicious South Korean dish made up of rice cake served on a soupy sauce of Korean chili pepper. Banned. Burajigi, a.k.a. Army Base Stew, is a delicious, extremely unhealthy dish that kind of fuses ramen and kimchi with Spam and American cheese, among several other ingredients, to create the perfect meal. After you've had a few drinks, it is banned. In addition to labeling hot dogs as treasonous, there are reports that anyone seeking a divorce in North Korea will be punished with a sentence to a labor camp for 1 to 6 months. I speak for all of us advice when I say it's every human's inalienable right to celebrate their legal separation from their nasty spouse by gorging on hot dogs. All right, like that's going to make a difference. Yes. Don't you have more important things to be worried about than a blasted hot dog? It is 844-844-3388.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
One more time on the greatest day of the week. Morning, Knucklebuster. It is the loneliest hour in June.
Oh, yeah. Well, guilty as charged there, Mr. Steve Summers. I ate a Hebrew National hot dog this morning, so I guess I'll just have to go to jail one more time. Right? Been there and done that. So, anyway. It ain't nothing to it. There ain't no need to go in there and talk about it. You might as well just grow up and be a big boy and do your time and come on back out there. I'm going to get a Semper Fi into trucking field this morning. I know he'll be checking in here in just a little bit there. So I know I don't make mistakes, Steve, but we had that big snowstorm this past weekend, and I got about 9 inches over there at the house. I live down there in Mississippi. But Tennessee and I went over to see my sister in Arkansas. And on the way over, we crossed the river bridge there on I-40. And I looked over in that field out there, Steve, and there was an 18-wheeler way out there in that field.
Really?
I mean, this looked like one of them. It was a lease trailer and looked like one of them lease Volvos or something. I don't know. Might have been an owner-operator. I don't know. But anyway, I don't think he was a company driver because he didn't have no company names on that thing. But there was a wrecker out there trying to get him out of the middle of that field, Steve. And the only thing I could assume was that out of all them backups over there, he got down on that farm road and was trying to go around that backup and come out on the other side over there at the river. But he didn't make it, Steve, because that paved road turns into a dirt road. And that's where they were at, trying to get him out.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, what a dumbass. Yeah, we'll give you a DA award there. So, anyway, well, we got some more snow coming here in about a week or so, don't we?
I'm seeing they're saying maybe about a week from now, next Sunday, maybe another big southern storm kind of maybe brewing.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that there earlier yesterday there. So, I got in Thursday and I showed them I was a fair weather truck driver. I wasn't going back out till tonight, or last night, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, I might play chicken again there. Tennessee's been enjoying my time at the house till she sees them short paychecks, and then she ain't too happy with me. Get your ass out of the house and go to work, boy. So, anyway, I saw my book for today there. I'm going to shut up and let somebody else get in there, and maybe somebody can make more sense than what I do.
Hey, it's good to hear from you, Knucklebuster. All right, more on the wildfires. Wind-driven infernos, now one of the costliest wildfire disasters in modern U.S. history. Jonathan Porter is the chief meteorologist at AccuWeather. He says the devastation, obviously heartbreaking. The economic toll is staggering. Yeah, total damage could approach 4% of California's annual GDP. The updated estimate reflecting extensive property damage, infrastructure losses, business disruptions, thousands of homes and businesses, including many multi-million-dollar properties damaged or destroyed. The financial toll includes evacuation expenses, rebuilding costs, lost wages, the health care cost linked to smoke exposure and injuries sustained during the fires. I mean, up from their preliminary estimate, they're now saying economic losses $135 to $150 billion. This has heightened a growing problem in California's insurance market. Many homes in the high-risk areas were either uninsured or underinsured, they tell us. Homeowners and businesses need affordable coverage, but insurers can't keep absorbing these kinds of losses. A serious issue that requires urgent attention. Of course, high winds hampering the efforts to contain the fires. Winds that, again, later today really begin to ramp up. 40, 50 miles per hour at time. Gusts may be approaching 85 later in the day today. Now, the AccuWeather damage estimate placed the Southern California wildfires among the most expensive natural disasters in U.S. history. For context, the wildfires that ravaged the western U.S. in 2020 caused an estimated $130 to $150 billion in damage, while the 2023 wildfires in Maui resulted in $13 to $16 billion in losses. Recent hurricanes in the U.S., Milton, Helene, causing upwards of $250 billion in damage. Now, they say their total damage estimate encompasses a wide range of factors beyond insured losses, including property damage, lost wages, supply chain disruptions, emergency management cost. Of course, with the fires still burning, the potential for new fires to spark, warning their current estimate may rise even further for many displaced families and businesses. The path to recovery will be long and difficult. Lives have been changed forever in a matter of minutes. Many families may not be able to rebuild. Some businesses may never reopen. Thousands of people in desperate need of basic essentials like food, water, and shelter. The recovery process will be very costly and emotionally draining. Now, as the emergency services work to contain the fires, we now kind of look ahead. The Olympic Games are just a few years away. Ensuring the region's resilience to future disasters will be critical to maintain public confidence and safety. I mean, they're supposed to host the Summer Games in 2028. Will they be ready? That's a big question. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. News update on a Monday. Great to have you on board. Hope you had a good weekend. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. At least 16 people are dead and many others are missing as fires continue to tear through California. The state's governor said on Sunday the fires are likely to be the worst natural disaster in U.S. history in terms of the costs associated with them. Red flag warnings, which mark critical fire weather conditions, have been issued through Wednesday for portions of Los Angeles. Newsom says he will be deploying another 1,000 members of California's National Guard. That brings a total to 2,500. Other nations have committed to sending their own fighters to help battle the blazes, including Canada and Ukraine. Around 105,000 people remain under mandatory evacuation orders, and more than 8 million people are in a fire risk zone. Dozens of people are facing a variety of charges related to the fires. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says they've encountered several people taking advantage of the chaos to burglarize homes. Officials are warning residents not to begin returning home until it's safe to do so. Here's Kristen Crowley, the chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures. The first responders are working as quickly as possible to ensure that it is safe for you to return into your communities. Canine search teams have been deployed to assist with our recovery efforts.
Meanwhile, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump slammed the response on Sunday, calling California officials, quote, incompetent. Donald Trump took to social media, writing that the incompetent politicians have no idea how to put them out. He called on the governor to resign. Newsom, however, had reached out to Donald Trump on Friday, inviting him to come and see the damage firsthand and meet first responders. Newsom told media on Sunday he hadn't yet received a response. He's also condemned misinformation being spread by the president-elect. That included allegations he'd refused to sign necessary water declarations and he'd redirected water to save fish rather than Californian residents. And Ukraine's president says he will hand over captured soldiers from North Korea in exchange for Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia. Ukraine said on Saturday it had captured 2 prisoners of war who were injured. Volodymyr Zelensky said they were captured on January 9th, and this was not an easy task. Zelensky said they were being treated with medical care. And an explosion in Yemen has killed 50. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With all the losses, the infamous Will Rogers Ranch Yeah, one of those gutted last week by the Palisades fire. A devastating loss to the Los Angeles community that's still fresh and numb. According to the great-granddaughter of the one-time vaudeville performer who rose to fame as a syndicated newspaper columnist, cowboy, philosopher, radio personality, movie star. It's a place where the community would go and get away, nestled in Los Angeles. It was kind of a hidden gem, kind of like Central Park for the west side of L.A. It was 186 acres, hiking trails, horseback riding, the only remaining polo field in the L.A. area where polo was active during the season. A little too early to tell the future. We were able to get a lot of the collection out of the house. We got some of the artwork out before it burned. Some bronzes, but everything else was left behind. The livestock on the property were evacuated, but a lot of neighbors around the park that were supporters of the ranch lost their homes. They were all dear friends. She is the Rogers family representative, said her family's going to put on the Will Rogers shoes and do what he would do. We're going to try to bring people together. That's what he did for the world. He brought everybody together during national disasters. He would have been the first one wanting to help. Either way, the Will Rogers Ranch Foundation is accepting donations to help those people that were part of the community with Will Rogers State Historic Park. We're going to help with transportation costs, help with housing, help with just the basic necessities. But meanwhile, the people, the health bosses warning the people living around L.A. to stay indoors, because that smoke is downright toxic. Yeah, we're all experiencing the wildfire smoke, which is a mix of small particles, gases, and water vapors. It's those small particles that get into our noses and throats and cause those sore throats and headaches. Everyone in the area where there is visible smoke or the smell of smoke, and even when you don't see that, we know the air quality is poor. Limit your outdoor exposure as much as possible. Now, he said even healthy individuals should stay inside as much as possible. People who have to work outside need to wear an N95 mask, which filters out small particles to help them stop from entering the body. But the young, the old, the sick should especially be careful at this time. Those who are at higher risk for bad health effects, children, the elderly, respiratory and heart conditions, immunocompromised individuals. They may have worse symptoms like shortness of breath, wheezing, cough, and chest pain. But there are plastics, there are chemicals, there are fuel, there are building materials that are all going up in smoke. Of course, Friday, the declaration of a public health emergency. Due to the smoke, they've actually banned the use of machines like leaf blowers that can whip up those dangerous ashes that contain all those particles. Okay. Meanwhile, it is a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Hey, Mike.
Hey. Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, I had a 4 o'clock load here in between there. So when I arrived, I proceeded to take a nap for a couple hours because, as I think I sent you maybe multiple times there, that we are now running underneath the hours of service exemption. Hours of service have been waived for the fuel haulers, and it's not just a little regional or a state or anything like that. It's actually a federal mandate, and it covers. I I think there's less states that are not under it than there are under it. So you might be better off reading it the other way and saying who's not allowed.
Yeah, I mean, when you sent that to me, I was
to.
trying to figure out. I mean, because the alphabet, I didn't take the time to count. I said, well, the entire lower 48, most of it's on there.
Exactly. So, and then that all goes, I believe, until the end of somewhere around the end of the month. So we'll be running here as much as they need for the next 2.5 weeks, probably full 2 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks. We'll see how it goes. Of course, the one thing they did put in, is that all these, I think they have just a minimum, a maximum of 30 days anyway. So when they were putting in the applications, of course, they could only apply for 30 days, so and then they got to reapply again. But anyway, so I don't know. We're going to be out here doing our normal winter thing at this point, I guess. So, yeah. So did you watch any of the Sunday news programs at all yesterday?
That I did not.
Okay.
What I missed?
The Fox Sunday News there had J.D. Vance on, Vice President-elect Vance, and so they were talking to him a little bit about the deportation, and they're like, well, what about the fact that you're going to be splitting up families, taking parents away from children, and he came back with the answer that the people that we're going after is the criminals. We're not really just going after the average everyday, person that's come across the border illegally, that's acting fine here, hasn't committed crime here, isn't here, not supposed to be here to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Says we're going after the ones that aren't supposed to be here to begin with and have done crime. And just like the citizens of this country, if you've done crime, you will not be staying with your family. You will be going to jail. You will be separated from your family. So if you're here illegally and you will be separated from your family, and it's not our choice. It was your choice to do it illegally. So he kind of put things in line pretty well, I thought, and said the way it was supposed to be. And then we switched over. Then we switched over to Meet the Press on NBC, and because you have to see what the other side has to say once in a while. And I'll tell you what, if you get a chance to go through and check out that Meet the Press and listen to what Governor Newsom had to say, because they did an interview with him, I guess, the previous day and aired quite a bit of it. NBC was actually trying to hold him a little bit to the fire, and but didn't completely, make him answer. He wouldn't come out and say the things that he was really responsible for, and the one thing he was trying to claim was that he is only responsible for the state-run reservoirs. So he said the 3 state-run reservoirs were all full, but it was all the local areas, the ones that didn't have the water in them. So he's trying to pass the buck on that. And they did ask him if the buck stops with him, and he would not answer that question. He would not say that the full responsibility would either end with him, or he wouldn't say that it would end with the mayor, or who was supposed to be the ultimately responsible for what was going on,
Mm-hmm.
So kind of interesting, as I say, to watch the other side once in a while and how they try to worm their way around. And he pretty much tried to lay some blame on Donald Trump, and has said that Donald Trump had the invitation to come out and visit California, and has never taken him up on it and stuff like that. So
okay.
But anyways, so one other thing about the water that I hadn't even thought of the other day that somebody had mentioned on one of the news is not only is it I said that there's only so much water in the water main to use, and you got your fire apparatus running it, but when these houses are being damaged, destroyed, and everything, there's nothing stopping the water that comes out of the public service to them at this point, unless somebody's actually shutting off the water outside the houses. So once valving is, compromised, piping and valving is compromised, that water is wide open to run in all these structures that are no longer standing. So you have water loss there as well, because now we're talking about people not having water for their garden hoses and that, and it's the same thing. I mean, it just all these are open spigots to the water mains, and normally you'd have your main valve in the house that you could shut off, or all your plumbing is intact and you don't have water running, but anyway, so you got all these extra things that are allowing water flow to come out of these municipal water lines, and so you have that much less water just because of all that as well. Once you start figuring out how many gallons run through a house could run through a house out of a 1-inch line or whatever it is that comes into the house from the municipality, and so and I guess
they were
factor there.
They were something like 1.7 million gallons at a loss because the reservoir was empty.
Yeah.
If the reservoir had been full, you think that might have maybe been beneficial for some additional water?
Oh, absolutely it would have. Absolutely it would have. And but that's the thing where Newsom was saying that it wasn't a state reservoir, state operated reservoir. So I don't know whose reservoir that was and who was in control of it, and I don't know. Then they asked him about the smelt, and he was kind of trying to blow that off and didn't want to answer any questions about smelt. So he, as I say, he pretty much did the talk around stuff, just wouldn't really answer any questions. So he really didn't get a whole lot out of it. There's a whole lot said, and not a whole lot answered, So that's kind of the way all that ended up. But yeah, you definitely the more reserve you have, the more you have to use. So as I say, maybe they're using the seawater with the planes and the helicopters. Maybe it is something they should look into to make a complete reservoir that's fire service or can be tapped into the municipal water if you have to have additional reservoir that would just be pumped in from the ocean, and have a couple 100 million gallons of water somewhere that you could be pumping out, and build some additional water towers. And use straight salt water, either plumb it in that way or have a whole nother fire service reservoir and hydrant system possibly. I don't know. It'd be a lot to try to put in, but it's there's something that needs to be kind of done in all these areas, because they have fires that burn up and down the whole coast, and probably, like I think it was Buckeye Boy mentioned last year, that if before the fire season, you have your inmates and other incarcerated people go out there and work on clearing all the underbrush and stuff like that, and doing preventative, fire lines and making sure that things are set up, that you have fire breaks and you have ways to contain fire and don't have the fuel and the fire load in the underbrush, that you could possibly be able to stay ahead of things. But this Palisade fire, I believe one of the firefighters was talking that they haven't had a fire there in over 50 years. So you can only imagine how much there is there that that was dry and dead and ready to burn, and just it's been building up over the last 50 years. So anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you there. We had that last little snow there on Saturday morning. I guess we ended up with about an inch and a half out of it here in the Mid-Atlantic around our house, and it started somewhere around midnight there Saturday morning, and pretty much snowed for a good part of the morning. But other than that, we had 40 degrees on Sunday, and we're working on having another 40-degree day today. So. And then we got to cool off for a little bit during the week, and I think they're talking about 40s again next weekend. So I guess we'll see how we all end up with that there. But starting to look like we're going to get through January is going to come and go here pretty fast. So
we're talking about some of the coldest air of the season coming our way this week. I mean, they're talking wind chills maybe 25 below.
Wow. No, we hadn't seen that. We've seen the temperature. Our lows were supposed to be down around the high teens, but they didn't say anything about the wind. So, well, they did say that Tuesday and Wednesday are supposed to be blustery. I think they were using for the word for Tuesday and Wednesday for the Baltimore weather. And I did see they were doing the practicing for the inauguration. They had the troops out marching and everything down in Washington. They live Sunday morning there. They were out there doing all their practice marching by the viewing stands. So they're all getting in step, ready to go, Your Honor. We're getting ready for the return of Donald Trump. It's going to be huge, Your Honor.
Huge.
So, anyways, huge, absolutely
huge with a Y. It's going to be huge. All right, 10 before the hour. With the finger pointing going on there in California, I don't know. They'll look into it. Yeah, I said 1.7 million. It was actually 117 million gallon reservoir that was out of commission. It was empty when the fire started in the area last week. The San Ynez Reservoir, which is in the Pacific Palisades, closed for repairs after some sort of a covering designed to preserve water quality tore. Now, this thing was taken offline February of last. It's been offline nearly a year. Yeah, that reservoir status may have limited the water system's ability to provide consistent pressure for the firefighters. Some are saying it's not likely to have made a big difference in the battle against the Pacific Palisades fire. It was out of service. I don't exactly know how long it's been out of service. During firefighters' response to the Palisades fire, some high-elevation hydrants dried up. Governor Newsom has called for an investigation into the water supply troubles and the reservoir's lack of availability. He said we need answers to what happened. He has directed state water and firefighting officials to prepare an independent after-incident report examining the cause of lost water supply and water pressure, and also requested that city and county officials prepare a comprehensive review examining their local preparation and response to the state. Now, this Adams guy said that the reservoir could have preserved some additional water pressure to fight the fires, but not likely it would have substantially changed the outcomes. Had the reservoir been in service, you probably would have had some help in keeping the pressure up. It would not have been a panacea. Wouldn't have lasted forever. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power did not respond to a request for comment from NBC News. They said evaluations are underway to determine the impact of the reservoir's unavailability on the fire response, but also noted the water system was not designed for such severe wildfires. Typical water service to the Pacific Palisades relies on a trunk line 30 inches in diameter that flows from the Upper Stone Canyon Reservoir along Sunset Boulevard and down toward the San Ynez Reservoir, which is lower in elevation. When the fire broke out, firefighters and homeowners began to use incredible amounts of water, according to one of the engineers with the LA Department of Water and Power. Previously said there was about 4 times as much demand on the Palisades system as typically the case would be. If the reservoir had been in service, managers could have split the system in 2 pieces and used water from the Santa Ynez to provide water to some parts of the Palisades, could have acted like a small water tank and provided some relief. Yeah, that would have reduced demand and helped increase the pressure elsewhere. Yeah. But still, he said water likely couldn't flow fast enough to meet the incredible demands coming from the firefighters. The limiting factor was the pipe. Yeah, the water infrastructure is designed to allow firefighters to extinguish, say, a few houses or a commercial building, not a wildfire like this. There is no domestic water system that's built to this scale. I mean, we're talking like an entire city catching on fire. So I guess that serves the reason. Morning to Plowboy here on a Monday. See what's going on out there. Hey there.
Well, good morning again, Steve. Thanks for taking me back. Hey, did you see where just seen a little bit ago on Fox 11 LA, where Elon is donating a whole bunch of cyber trucks out there? He's going to donate them to the sheriff department and 2 or 3 other Malibu and there were 2 or 3 others. I believe the name was Altadena. For their Star Interlink deal. But my question is this: how's he going to get power to them to last for as long as they need?
You're right.
So there is no place to plug that damn thing in.
I don't know.
It won't be for a long, long time.
A lot of areas that are out of power, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
trees down.
Supposedly, what it says, donating the cyber trucks to provide power. I guess Wi-Fi to the areas using the Starlink and the cyber trucks. So I don't know, maybe giving some internet service to areas that may not have it right now.
Still going to take generators to get that darn thing to run it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at, Steve. But when you said something about Rocket Man, is he going to have to give all them damn rockets he's been putting up in the area? That all them rockets that little fella over in North Korea's got, is that not a Western idea?
A good point.
Question. By the way, I guess apparently they don't play baseball, so without the hot dog, they ain't worried about the apple pie yet either, are they?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll let you get out here so you can head out upstairs where you got to get out of that bunker tonight. So y'all have a good one.
All right. We'll be taking care of that here in very short order. Meanwhile, there was what they refer to as a Canadian Super Scooper. That's an aircraft that's been fighting the blaze there in the Palisades that had to be grounded late last week after it hit a civilian drone in the smoke-filled skies above the blaze. This is a CL-415 firefighting plane. Yeah, they've apparently leased a couple of these from Canada that can scoop up more than 1,500 gallons of ocean water to drop on active fires. 2 of them leased by L.A. County. One of them is out of service right now, though, due to the impact with the drone. If they find the individual that was flying the drone, it's like $75,000 fine and up to a year in prison. All right. Have a great Monday. Greatest day of the week. We'll close it out there and be back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream